foglio.
Sì.
Infatti è inquadrato anche con la...
Sembra bello.
Sono riuscito a fare anche con l'inquadratura.
Sì.
Ma se riesco a fare qualche slide lì, e già le ho fatte fuori, ora bisogna accendere il PC.
Deve essere il punto più basso, molto basso. Pronto?
Poi vedo
Basta. Good afternoon. I'm very pleased and honored to welcome you all here today for this event. I'm Adele, I'm the legal advisor of the Union of Rationalists, Ateis and Agnostics in Italy, the proud sponsor of this event. And I'm here just to introduce you the credents, the first credents. So the first one to talk is our National Secretary, Roberto Gendere. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Adele Orioli. Welcome to all of you. I open today's meeting with great honor and excitement. This event was thought of and organized by the Italian Union of Atheists, of Rationalists, Atheists and Agnostics, Uaar, with the collaboration of the Center of Comparative Studies of Civilization and Spiritualities and of the Università del Piemonte Orientale. Following to this meeting, 2 days will be dedicated to the 32nd meeting of the European Consortium of Church and State Research, sponsored by Uaar, to ensure we ourselves become the subject and object of investigating at a highly scientific level. Today's purpose is to focus on people like us and organizations like ours, targeting a very large and polyedric set of individuals or groups they identify themselves with and feel represented by. Efforts to be recognized and to be given the same rights as religious institutions, beliefs, and people have risen all over the world. This has been happening even when Germany, irreligious beliefs and organizations can lead to imprisonment, torture, and death penalty. In Italy, for 35 years, beliefs have been represented by the philosophical and non-confessional organization Uaar. The fact that this organization started just a few years after the second contact between the state and the Catholic Church is not accident. The first one was signed by the fascist regime in 1929 as a part of the Lateran Treaty, thanks to which the independent state of Vatican City was created. Uaar's main social objectives are the assertion of secularity, the defense of atheist and agnostic civil rights, and the possibility to exercise their freedoms, freedom of conscience, of expression, of self-determination, of the all within secular and a-religious conception of existence. The importance at a social level of knowledge and recognition regarding these freedoms cannot be stressed enough. That is why Uaar promotes awareness campaigns on things like the right to secular education for students who do not have Catholic teachings at school, the right not to be considered as members of a specific religious denomination, the right to have institutional places without religious symbols, to see one's own will respected regarding one's demise, one's sexual and reproductive health. To defend these aforementioned rights, Uaar has also undertaken several legal actions, with their success being beneficial for everybody, not only for non-believers. It is thanks to Uaar that in 1999 in Italy, a right that is now as well established with the UO's GDPR, General Data Protection Regulation, was recognized. I'm referring to the right of formal apostasy, commonly known as debaptism. Uaar has also been able to guarantee many families the freedom from religious teachings in school, through formal notices and official verdicts. This organization has defended teachers that have removed the words, naming just a few months ago the statement by the Court of Cassation that defined the authoritative imposition by school, principal, or other authority to display the crucified Christ to the state of schools as incompatible with the supreme principle of secularity of the state. Amongst the many legal initiatives carried out, worth mentioning here a verdict of 2020 with which, following a censorship case for one of Uaar's campaigns, the Court of Cassation declared that Article 19 of the Italian Constitution, which discusses the freedom of religion, concerned not only religious but also irreligious people and their organizations. Every day, with its SOS security service, Uaar assists people that identify themselves as irreligious, with obstacles in exercising their rights in school, the workplace, the hospital, and the moments at ends life, at life's end. Uaar worked to ensure that all civil partnership, marriages, and funeral are guaranteed and freely available wherever and whenever needed. It has formed many secular celebrants throughout the country to offer the possibility to have a personalized and non-religious ceremony for life's important moments. All these challenges characterize contemporary religiousness and secularization, both at the individual and collective level. Amongst Uaar goals, we must mention the support of scientific and philosophical freedom in research, which is expressed by Article 33 of the Constitution and is a declination of the supreme principle of secularity. More to the point, we are here today to discuss and analyze the phenomenon of irreligiousness. We are here to do so with a scientific point of view, free from conditionaries, ideologies, dogmas. The importance of this topic results from it being the most significant and the least debated in today's religious landscapes, even in contexts where attention and interest toward social phenomena could be expressed. For this reason, my thanks go to the scientific committee. Thank also to Professor Francesco Pirano of the Center of Comparative Studies of Civilization and Spirituality, and to Professor Roberto Mazzola of the Università di Piemonte Orientale. I would lastly also like to thank Dr. Atei, legal advisor of the Union of Rationalists, Atheists, and Agnostics. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now Chair Francesco Pirano for the Center for Comparative Studies, but most of all is our guest who permit to stay in this unique and very precious venue. So thank you very much, Francesco Pirano. The floor is yours. Thank you.
So, thank you, Adele. And so, welcome to the Center for Comparative Studies of Civilization and Spirituality of Traditional Foundation, and to the conference on Belief and Unbelievers, Evolution and Challenges of Contemporary Irreligiousness. So, first of all, I would like to thank the Uaar Association and the University of Piemonte Orientale, especially the dell'Università, the Tavola, and for organizing this important event. I have to say that I'm thrilled because this conference explored another research field, and I'm sure we'll learn something new about this fascinating topic. Let me say a few words to introduce the center, the activities, explaining why this conference is important to us. So our center for market studies and civilization and spiritualities was founded in the 50s, but it had a different name. It was based and based, definitely more romantic and a little bit weird. It was meant to improve the European knowledge on the East, but it also had a moral, religious aim to bring together people from different religions in order to tackle the question of secularization and materialism. And so it was a sort of religious humanism, different from the one described by Hobson, but it's interesting to see how to compare them. And it implied also a self-critique of the so-called Western society, colonialism, and the so-called mission civilisatiste. As exemplified by the conference organized in 1955, entitled The Process of Islam to Western Civilization, organized by Atei and others. And so in which Muslim intellectuals were invited to criticize European societies. And so, of course, the outcome was not that bad for Europe, and so it was positive for Europeans. But you have to keep in mind that in the 50s, the same idea of self-critique was quite rapid. So it was 53 to 55, and in 56 it was the Suez crisis. So it was a different historical period. And so finally, in these founding years, from the 50s until the 80s, I would say, there was an idea of a universal archetypal language that was possible among different religions and different cultures, of course. So now, of course, methodologies and epistemologies changed as enabled our center. On the other hand, there are still important connections with the past. And so, what does it mean to do comparative research when we think of religious studies and cultural studies? And so today, we use different methods. We are no more in a heroic quest for universal art, but we use different approaches, such as comparing a common phenomenon in different contexts, and we organize conferences on conspiracy theories, nationalism, and also social consensus. We work also on the so-called genealogical approach, analyzing cultural influences, transfer and construction and imaginations. And also the analogical approach, analyzing the body, the emotion, and the experience across different religions. For example, this is a conference we organized a few years ago on exorcisms in different cultural contexts. And the book should be published in a year or so. Of course, comparing means also comparing the different epistemologies, different approaches to research, knowledge. And we work also with art and artistic research. We work on comics, calligraphy, photography, in order to compare different approaches to knowledge. And of course, there are other forms of comparing. We are especially interested in exploring gray areas between the secular and religious phenomena by focusing on conspiracy theories, medicine, and why not, humanism, or non-believing, or atheism, which challenge the same definition of religion and the sacred across cultures. And so, this brings us to the question of translability among different religious and cultural contexts. For example, I wonder, is it possible to translate the same concept of non-believing or humanism in different cultural and religious contexts? And to what price? What are we missing in this translation? How is different the humanist discourse in Judaism, Islam, and Hinduism? A non-believer in Baghdad is the same a non-believer in Venice or in Berlin. To conclude, I think that this conference is relevant to our center also for the political implications in the issue of secularism and non-belief, which could be used both as an instrument for reconciliation and also for discrimination. So I hope that we will have the possibility to discuss for the topics, and thanks again to be here with us. And I wish you a pleasant conference, and welcome again to the introduction.
Thank you very much. We will do for sure some cooperation comparative studies also between all the different forms of believing the first of our institutions. I think that's about that, but prismatic for 50 shades of non-believing. And the last of the readings is man who came everything that we have today and for the 2 days that we wait for us. So Roberto Mazzola, professor at the University of Piemonte Orientale, and the creator, the ideator of his convene. So the floor is yours, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Helene. Welcome to this. First of all, I would like to thank Uaar, the person of its president, and Dr. Oyogi for inviting me to contact my personal greetings, and both of the University of Piemonte, which I run, and for organizing important international. I would also like to thank the Chile Foundation for hosting this significant opportunity for scientific debate on such a complex issue, which concerns such a fundamental rights laid down in Article 9 of the European Convention of Human Rights. Supranational case law and the European legal system have also contributed to change the regulatory framework and to consolidate the awareness that in the complex and diversified context of conviction, alongside the traditional religious tradition, there are also non-traditional philosophical approaches with which dialogue must be transparent, regular, and open, at last as stated in the third paragraph of the Article 17 of the Treaty on the Functioning of the European Union. I will listen with great interest to the presentation that will take place today, trying to grasp the suggestions with the aim to put some order in my note concerning the universe of life, that whatever the nature always revolves around a fundamental value, human dignity, regardless of the anthropological and philosophical starting point. Thank you very much, and my best wish for a most productive.
Thank you very much also to Roberto Mazzola. Thank you. We have finished the greetings. So now it's the topic moment of the first of our main speeches. According to the program, we have 2 main speeches, and then will be a round table. So the first one is Andrew Thompson, the president of the International Humanist, also a writer, also a celebrant, and I think you will find in the program also the biography of our guest. And so thank you very much, Andrew Thompson, to be here with us today. And the floor is yours. Thank you.
One moment. Thank you very much. Thank you to the Centre for hosting us here at this event, and thank you Uaar for the invitation. My name is Andrew Cox, and I speak, as the introduction said, in a number of capacities. First, I am currently the president of Humanists International, and have been for the last 7 years, which is a global federation of humanists and other secular and non-religious belief organisations. Secondly, for the last 17 years, I've worked at Humanists UK. For the last 15 years, Humanists UK is the UK affiliate of Humanists, that's the main humanist organisation. And in addition, my own academic work is focused on political secularism and on humanist history. So I've been asked to give a brief tour of the landscape of the non-religious landscape of Europe, specifically as it relates to humanists. Humanists International is, of course, not a European organisation. It is a global federation. It was founded in 1952 as the successor body to various 19th century umbrellas for the humanist organisation existing. But although it is a global body, you can see if I show you this map of where the member organisations of Humanists International cluster, that a large prevalence occur within Europe. Now, to some extent, this is because in the wasteland of humanist organisations, first map there, it's actually illegal to start. There are a dozen countries where that's the case. But even if there were, even if you could see on this map one or two underground organisations, how can I use it? You want me to speak more loudly? Yes. Okay. But even if you could see the one or two underground humanist organisations exist in those countries, you'd still see a strong clustering of humanist organisations in Europe, because it is, in large part, Europe that has been cradle of and is still the global centre of humanist organisations in the world. So to speak about the non-religious belief landscape of Europe is not inappropriate or overly cultural in particular. It does have a certain resonance. What I'm going to speak about there, I've organised under these 4 headings. I'm going to ask the question, who are the non-religious? What are the different ways in which we might find them? I'm going to talk a little bit about a historical perspective on that question, which is a second possible dimension to discussing the non-religious in a generational sense. I'm going to talk a little bit about what the humanist philosopher Hector Horton in the mid-20th century called the 2 humanisms, which relates to the distinction that can be made between those who organise in humanist organisations and those who have no connection to organisation at all, but nonetheless are motivated by implicit humanist beliefs and worldviews. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about the humanist organisations, organised non-religious in Europe, and that's where I'll begin to connect a little bit the relationship of those organisations to the state, which is obviously aspects. And running through all of these 4 points, what I hope to demonstrate about the non-religious and their organisation in Europe are, first of all, their significance, highly significant series of organisations and individuals that must be taken seriously in both academia and in policy, and their diversity. And I know that there'll be further talks this afternoon about diversity of non-religious, but I'll start a bit of that going. Hopefully, I look forward to hearing more about it later. Let's start then with who are the non-religious. Well, those of you who are more familiar with the social, anthropological, historical study of religions and religious people know there are many ways to cut this question. There are many ways to define the religiosity. And just in the same way, there are many ways to think about the non-religiosity, person or an organisation or a society. And to some extent, these are similar to the ways that one might think about religiosity. So here are four dimensions that certainly many recent anthropologists of humanism, I think here are people like Matsuenki, states, or increasingly sociology of religion and non-religious groups, people like Laura Berman and the program of Canada. Here are four possible ways of cutting this question. So we might say that people are non-religious by virtue of their identity. They identify as not religious or non-religious. And we see in different survey instruments that people can mean something quite strong when they say not religious. So, for example, if you give people in the survey the option not to answer a religious question, or to tick no religion, and then compare portions of people who choose to just skip that question, or to actively tick non-religious with the same responses, don't you? Not to answer. You can begin to see the percentage of people who are actively non-religious by virtue of their identity, as opposed to people who are not religious. It's not an important aspect of it. So that's at least one axis of difference amongst the non-religious by virtue of identity. Secondly, we can say someone was non-religious by virtue of their beliefs. And this really has been more the domain, academically at least, of philosophers, to some extent sociologists, but certainly in English-speaking world, often as an adjunct of people who are engaged in the field of religious studies. And they have said, when we look at people who do not subscribe to religion, and we ask ourselves what do they believe, what do they think about the nature of the human person, and the origin of the human species, and where we are going, and how the universe came to be, and what's it all for, if it's all for anything. There are a series of responses to those questions, which you could plot on an axis of more or less religious. Then you have to define religion, of course, which is outside the scope of this talk today. But belief, again, is a possible dimension to try to understand what define religious. Practice is an interesting question, because practice refers to the idea that there are non-religious ways of doing and non-religious ways of acting, just as there are specifically religious ones. This is quite a new field. I'm only aware of a couple of papers about this. And it's new as well, because it's a field where they're beginning to apply behavioural sciences to people, populations based on their religious identities. Very interesting results. So you could define the non-religious this way. Alternatively, you could also make a definition of the non-religious by ways of practice, because of the ways people behave in relation to activities that some people do religiously. Like, for example, funerals, we've heard about some of those activities. Funerals, weddings, rites of passage, celebrations of various types. So again, you see that within this third dimension, possible, right, not religious, we're again a number of different activities. And then there's the question of belonging. And this is something that could be, this is something that's mindfulness a long way from elevated somehow. Would that be better at that height? Well, oh, for a miracle.
Come on, let's find, yeah.
Not for long. It's fine for you, it makes me a little
Okay. Wait a minute, yeah, four of your.
Okay. All right, well, for the moment, I'll continue in this way. Oh, better? Yes? Better? Okay. I think we solved it. Translate? Yeah? Okay. Very good. Then there is the question of belonging. And again, the category of belonging, which offers us another of these possible dimensions to understand and define non-religious. There is more than one way of defining belonging itself. The narrowest way, and the way we come on to, is that people might see themselves as belonging to a non-religious organisation, Uaar, or a humanist organisation, or some other organisation. This, of course, would be the smallest type of non-religious belonging in Europe. More broadly, people might see themselves belonging to a non-religious society. There are plenty of people within Europe who would say, well, I am, insert name of my nation, or whatever it is here, which is a modern, liberal, non-religious society. So that's another possible way of belonging. Non-religiousness as a type of belonging doesn't have to be affiliation to an organisation. It could also be an affiliation or an identity with another group. Well, these four dimensions of how we might define the non-religious, which of course are more than four because we've gone through them, we've seen the different possibilities within those four dimensions of understanding identity, belief, practice, and belonging. They all, of course, relate to each other, interrelate with each other, and are very complex. Just as complex, the same ways we might think about religion and religiosity. And whichever of them, however, you apply to European society, in many places, it means that the non-religious are a majority of our societies. And in most places, and especially in Western Europe, they outnumber all of the non-Christian religious populations put together. And that is, I think we can all agree, a very significant fact. And speaks to the significance of the non-religious in Europe, which is one of the points I wanted to make. Well, it's within the English-speaking tradition especially, but more widely within the international work of Humanists International, to use the word humanist or humanism generally to describe these organizations types. This is not an international practice in other languages, and many conferences of ultimate confusion could be organized about all the different ways of using the word humanism and its cognates in other languages. But very significant among the non-religious beliefs of Europe is the approach to life that you would consider a humanist one. It's also global. A good case can be made for classical Indian humanism, classical Chinese humanism, modern Asian humanism in lots of ways, but it also has distinctively European characteristics. It emerges in a wide range of European cultures. It's a non-religious approach that seeks to provide a comprehensive way of looking at things. It's not just a belief here, a belief there, with some connections between them. It seeks to be comprehensive. And increasingly, as in the modern period, it's a movement of people that has encouraged conscious affiliation. And just to quickly illustrate the nature of that, if you Google this, you will probably find it more easily than me going through it now. In 1952, when Humanists International formed, as I mentioned, there was a declaration made in Amsterdam where the first Congress was held. It was renewed in 2002 and is being revised again this year, the 70th anniversary of Humanists International. And it describes the essential features of this, as it were, humanist tradition, which many of you, I think, will recognize as being at least, if not distinctively and solely and uniquely European, then obvious, easy to see how they fit within a European context. The essentials of modern humanism, as defined in the Amsterdam Declaration, are about reason, science, democracy, secularism, human rights, universalism, empathy, solidarity, freedom, and so on. Now, as a matter of fact, a large proportion of those Europeans who define as non-religious also broadly affiliate to these principles. And you can see that in European value surveys and in more detailed opinion surveys that are done in specific countries. So that's the beginning of defining and understanding the non-religious in general and a particular tradition within that broader non-religious population. The second thing I want to do is take a bit of a historical perspective, and I want to do this not for the sake of history, but because when you look at the historical, when you use history as a frame through which to look at how we might define and discuss the non-religious and understand the non-religious belief landscape, you see pretty quickly that although there are distinct generations of non-religiousness in Europe, none of those generations are, as it were, extinct. The ideas that propelled them at different times, the different priorities in different centuries, especially when it comes to their organizational priorities, persist and inform and to some extent explain the diversity of the organized non-religiousness in Europe as well. Conventionally, this narrative would begin in the early 1800s. But I wanted to just slip in right at the beginning some reference to the pre-1800s non-religious people. It's true to say that they are largely scattered individuals. We encounter them usually when they are being punished in some way. We learn about them through the details in things like court records of why they might have been punished. We don't know more about them really than that. But I mention them here as a sort of pre-generation, simply because I think that to pretend that there was a point in Europe where the non-religious did not exist is ahistorical and creates a false narrative about the non-religious today. But I'm not going to say any more about it. The Dutch historian Hans van Dukeren distinguished 4 generations of humanist organizations, and they're the bullet points 2 through to 5 on my slide. The oldest generation is formed by what he termed, in an umbrella definition, the freethinkers. These were organizations that also described themselves as atheists. They were radical. Often they would use other words like rationalists and secularists. They made an explicit rejection of religion, and they cared very strongly about that rejection of religion. That's the point. They are the heirs of the rebels of previous periods, but they are organized, and they emerge in a period where organization is possible for them. Because although there is still punishment, and many of the people in the organizations that I'm thinking about in the early and mid-19th century were punished, they were imprisoned, they were very seldom executed apart from extrajudicially, but they were punished both financially and in terms of imprisonment. But although their activism was punished, their organization was punished, it was possible. And we see that in some countries, especially Southeast Asian countries today, where we see the same sort of phenomenon happen. A space emerges in which it is possible to organize and to speak, but the space is still quite small, because if you do speak, you suffer a consequence, you suffer a penalty for it. But nonetheless, the idea is out there. These organizations, these free thinkers, they formed a world union of free thinkers in the 1880s and held some very large conferences, rallies of hundreds of thousands of people. By the early 20th century, the German free thinkers, to give a sense of scale, had over 500,000 members. They were eventually banned by the Third Reich, of course. They had the distinction of being the first organization to be banned when the Nazis came to power. Hitler gave a speech where he boasted that he had stamped out the scourge of atheism once and for all. He hadn't. But that's what tyrants think they have achieved. So these free thinker organizations were distinctive for being explicitly rejectionist of religion and having that as the central part of their platform. Van Dukeren's second generation, and I should say, in relation to free thinkers, another distinctive thing about them, which is also relevant to the diversity of the non-religious in Europe today, is that they were very much motivated in culturally Catholic settings around Europe. So it was not very distinctive of historically Protestant countries to have had free thinkers in this sense, in this secularist, atheist organizing sense. It was far more distinctive of historical practice. Later in the 19th century, then, you get what Van Duyken calls the second generation of the ethical culturalists or the free religious. These are people who largely come into non-religiousness with Jewish or Protestant roots. And the way that they organize in Europe is quite congregational still. There are still buildings across the continent where, in Germany and the UK especially, where these congregations met. And they progressively discarded theistic ideas and instead made human beings and their own communities the center of their ethics. Again, in the late 19th century, just like in how in 1880 the free thinkers formed a world union of free thinkers, in 1896, ethical societies from Britain, Austria, Switzerland, Germany federated themselves into the international ethical union. Again, effectively destroyed by the Second World War and by communism and fascism. But what they bring, as it were, to the diversity of modern non-religiousness in Europe is that you can almost plot a direct graph of the countries in which the ethical culture movement was strong and the countries in which humanist marriage is legal or popular today. So the organizational, the congregational, that aspect of things persists in those areas. And as I said, they were in countries that were historically Protestant, although there was also a strong Jewish element there as well. The third generation in this historian's view anyway, of the religious humanists, really needn't detain us very much in the discussion of Europe because it was largely an American phenomenon. So people like Dewey in the United States, they largely sprang from the Unitarian Church and were formed by a group of breakaway Unitarian congregations, although they had some impact in Europe, including in Britain and Germany. They didn't really last very long. Then, from the mid-20th century, you get what Van Duyken, with a sort of teleological assumption, which isn't necessarily justified, sees as the epitome, the pinnacle, the end point of these generations of non-religiousness, the humanists. And the organizations that were most prominent here were in the Low Countries, in Belgium and Netherlands, and in Britain, and also a strong movement in India, which is very much inspired by British elements, as well as by indigenous non-religious Indian cultures too. And that leads us into this discussion that I said we would have briefly of the two humanists. Because as those organizations cohered, and they now are the vast majority of non-religious organizations, non-religious belief organizations, both in Europe and the world. Humanist organizations with the name humanist constitute the large majority of organizations for non-religious belief in the world. As they cohered and set up their institutions, including the umbrella institution of Humanists International, they developed this idea that really there were two humanists. There was, in addition to the affirmative identity and affiliation that they had, there was also a common sense humanist worldview. In their minds, they were going with the grain of certainly European culture, but also they hoped a new universalist global culture in promoting these views that they saw as constituting a new majority. Now, at the time, it wasn't a majority in the mid-20th century. There are indications from belief and value surveys, as I say, that it has become one. But these two humanisms, this idea of the two humanisms is quite important as another way of possibly understanding the non-religious belief landscape of Europe. As the philosopher Richard L. Gregory put it, this is in his definition of humanism, a morally concerned style of intellectual atheism openly avowed by only a small minority of individuals, but tacitly accepted by a wide spectrum of educated people in all parts of the Western world. Now, he wrote this 40 years ago, that this definition, it already feels a bit old-fashioned. We wouldn't want to quite use those words, I think, today. But the point is, you've got the movement on the one hand, and then the bigger social phenomenon on the other. And that, I think, is quite a powerful, we haven't got time to get into the detailed consequences of applying that framed understanding a lot of what's going on, but it is quite powerful. And it leads us to a question that is important. I'm not going to answer it, pose it, of how important actually the non-religiousness of the individual's non-religious belief or identity is today. I don't care about religion one way or the other. I've never been religious. My parents were never religious. My grandparents have no connection with religion at all. I'm a lifelong humanist, and so is everyone in my family. And that gives me a slightly different set of beliefs and a slightly different identity from my colleagues in the office who were baptized and had catechism and had a lot of Catholic stuff in their life, to whom the non-religiousness of their non-religious beliefs is much more important than it is to me. And I think that's an important aspect of diversity. It's something to understand as well. Well, at the end here, I want to come to discussing humanist organizations, as I said I would. One of the main ways that we would distinguish or explain the diversity of humanist organizations globally is by the social context of their security. You can see this map here. I'll explain just the context of this map. This map is a pictorial representation of the extent of discrimination and persecution suffered by the non-religious in the world. So where the darker countries where you see that are very dark red, very, very almost black, they would be countries where being non-religious, coming out as non-religious, trying to start a religious organization or expressing non-religious opinions can have you judicially killed. And then the lighter color gets until eventually you get the odd green country like Norway or Iceland, not very many. There are no penalties at all for not being religious. So no penalties in your child's education, no penalties in social law, no penalties in family law, no penalties at all. Well, you can see that if in the context of the world, Europe, which is what we're talking about, in global relative terms, is a very secure context for the non-religious. Here are the countries in the world that punish leaving the religion of your birth with either prison or death. You'll see none of them are European. There again, the countries where we see the most brutal repression of humanist values, which is another index that this report uses when assessing the condition of the world for the non-religious. Again, it's very obvious none of them are European countries. And again, the countries that punish blasphemy, some of them are European, and we'll come on to that in a second, but those that punish it in the most severe way, again, none of them are European. So you can see that in the European context, non-religious organizations of people is in global terms relatively highly secure. And in fact, there's even been progress in the last few years within Europe. Here's a list of all the countries that abolished their blasphemy laws in the last 7 years, blasphemy or blasphemy-like laws. And you'll see that European countries are well represented on that list. And there's ongoing progress as a result. When we look at this spectrum as a way of understanding the diversity between non-religious organizations, non-religious belief organizations, we see this spectrum where organizations, in some humanist organizations, in some part of the world are completely banned. Let's think of this as a spectrum coming from right to left, a spectrum coming from right to left. So red is completely banned, yellow is discriminated against, and green is recognized in some way, formally recognized by the state. Now, if we plot against that axis the organizations that we know we have in membership of Humanists International, we find that in countries where non-religious organization is banned, our member organizations here, that's the Arab Humanists, for example, the Humanist Society of Pakistan, and the Humanist Society of Iran, both of which are underground organizations, not legally constituted. We see that the agenda of those organizations broadly constitutes a fight for acceptance, just an attempt where they can even attempt it, to be accepted. Then where we come to the organizations that operate in countries that's in the middle, I put Uaar in here, we find that where the external context is one of discrimination or of inequality, organizations spend a lot of time campaigning for secularism. In those few countries, on the other hand, mainly in the north or western part of Europe, as I said, where the condition for non-religious people is much better and is almost totally secure, you find there the non-religious belief organizations are promoting a lifestyle. They may also, these things are not in isolation. Some organizations are doing all of them, but this is a broad spectrum, and it maps quite neatly onto the map of the political situation of non-religious people that I had here a minute ago. So you see there are organizations where they're fighting for acceptance, these people who've been imprisoned for their humanist beliefs in one way or another. Then you find organizations campaigning for secularism or active, and then you find organizations promoting a life stance, again in the north and west of Europe. So, what are then, to bring us to the end of this brief survey, what are the purposes of humanist organizations, or the affiliate organizations of Humanist International anyway, in Europe? There are four main purposes that humanist organizations or non-religious belief organizations in my category pursue around the world, and certainly in Europe. One is that they operate as organizations that provide a sort of community and a sort of fellowship for people of like mind. Two, they're educational organizations. They're aiming to promote better understanding, both in the public and sometimes in formal education institutions, of humanist or other non-religious approaches to life. Thirdly, they're platforms for change. All organizations that are members of Humanist International, and all the organizations that I described in my historical survey, and all the organizations that I know of in the world today that organize under the banner of non-religious belief, are trying to change the world in some way. They're trying to change society in some way, as well as doing all these other things. They're advocacy campaigning organizations. And the fourth thing they're all doing is they're providing services and support to non-religious people. Now, under all four of these headings, humanist organizations in Europe are active and diverse. And in all four of these headings as well, they have connections in some way or another with the state. In the first, community and fellowship, this is especially, of course, an important function in countries where humanist beliefs carry a social penalty, some sort of social disadvantage. But it's also important in places where they don't. Most humanist organizations in Europe do this as voluntary associations. They're membership associations, totally separate from any sort of official recognition. Elsewhere, state recognition has been extended to these membership organizations, most notably in Norway, and most often where the country in question has some sort of state funding for religion or non-religious belief organizations. Because what usually happens with state funding is it's allocated in some particular way by some criteria or calculation according to a number of members. And so the main connection of community and fellowship with the state is through that financial framework. In their educational work and educational aspect, European humanist organizations are enormously diverse, especially in terms of the diversity of their engagement with the state. In England, non-religious belief organizations have official seats on local curriculum bodies, helping to set the common curriculum in public schools. In Germany, Belgium, and the Netherlands, they provide the teaching in public schools of non-religious humanist moral education. In most states in Europe, they have some official standing with government as consultees when frameworks of religious education in schools are being derived. In advocacy and campaigning work, the connection of non-religious belief organizations with the state is largely as either recognized stakeholders or as consultees. So, for example, in Norway, Humanist Association is a member of the official multi-belief body that the state has primary consultee when it comes to matters that affect religious belief. In the United Kingdom, there is a state civil servant whose specific portfolio it is to engage with humanists and other people of other non-religious belief organisations. But mostly, non-religious belief organisations connect with the state in their advocacy aspect through being consultees or sometimes outside lobbyists. But it's in the area of service and support where non-religious belief organisations have occupied an importance in public life in relation to the state in many European countries that has been not only fast developing, but has made them highly significant. The provision of ceremonies, funerals in some states are regulated by law, weddings and marriages in almost all states are regulated by law. And in the provision of weddings, for example, where humanist marriages are state recognised, they now outnumber all of the religious weddings in Scotland. So there are more weddings by non-religious belief organisations by humanists in Scotland than there are by any of the churches. They're very fast growing in Northern Ireland. They're the fastest growing type of wedding in Norway. In pastoral care, so chaplaincy in a religious sense, but normally pastoral care in a non-religious sense. Again, there is growing state recognition and regulation across Europe of this. In the Dutch context, in the Netherlands, the humanist provision of pastoral care is now the largest single provision in the Dutch military. So there are more humanist state-employed providers of pastoral care in the Dutch military than there are Catholics or Protestants, for example. And also in contracted services in care and education. In many states of Germany, for example, humanist and other non-religious belief organisations contract directly with the state provision of social care or of care for the elderly or of sheltered accommodation. So in this area in particular, in particular recent years, there has been a large growth in a wide diversity of different services and support offered by non-religious belief organisations to the state. What does all this mean, I think, for the main topic of discussion in the rest of this weekend? I think it's no longer possible to talk about church-state relations. It's certainly, there's a case because of minority religions that one should talk about church-state relations, but an even bigger provider of services, of advocacy, and of connection between the state and the individual is now provided by non-religious belief organisations in many European countries as a new type of intermediary organisation between the individual and the state. I think, therefore, we have to entirely recraft our ideas to be instead in terms of relations between the state and organisations for religion. How we do that will be as diverse as the different range of circumstances in European countries is, and it will no doubt be a challenge. But I think it's certainly intellectually rewarding to think about and very necessary for the future peace and prosperity of a diverse Europe to take it on as a policy ambition. Thank
you. Thank you very much, because I'm not able to say something intelligent or English at the same time. Really thank you. Just give an idea of how much we are, and also an idea that we exist. And we want to exist, and we want to be a subject and also then an object of study. I don't know if there is some question from the public, just according to the privacy settings, will be recorded just later, not the public, but if there are some questions, just I can't.
I thought I was off the hook there. Just too soon.
Thank you, Mr. for that. When I was just discussing, in the chart, the 5 generations of humanists that you listed early 1800, we think. The problem I had in preparing some of my questions, the problem I had in preparing the report was whether you consider, Humanists International considers, take us as humanists, I still haven't, come to a conclusion, notwithstanding everything that I've read. The other question is, you showed a chart showing the repeal, I understand, of blasphemy laws. And I noticed that this now, I've been a lawyer since 1976.
Yeah.
And unless there was some blasphemy laws in some, ordering council under the British statute, which I am most skeptical.
Yeah.
I know no blasphemy laws dating in order.
Yeah.
So I would like to have a definition in what you understand, at least for the purpose of that
Yes.
as blasphemy.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks so much. On the Freemason question, it's a pretty direct and easy question to answer. If you divide humanist organisations into Anglophone and Francophone, the Francophone organisations have always mixed very happily with Francophone Freemasons, about which, rather like you in British Orders and Council-based Malta, I am also blissfully ignorant. I don't know anything about the Francophone Freemasons at all. But certainly the Centre Studi for example, and the Union of Freethinkers, which I can't pronounce the Flemish words of, both have very close contact with Francophone Freemasons and organise with them, as I understand it, on that basis. When I've asked them about that, it's very interesting to me as someone from the English-speaking world, where the Freemasons, of course, are theistic. They require, in the UK, and I think also in the United States, they require a stated commitment to the belief in a supreme being. In fact, they were given an exemption from the Equality Act of 2006, so that they continue to do so together with the Scouts and the Guides. Both the Scouts and the Guides have now given up their exemption by virtue of no longer applying a requirement to believe in a supreme being, but the Freemasons have kept theirs. As I understand it, the Francophone Freemasons are more historically associated with freedom of thought and freedom of expression, and that's why they have been sitting next to Francophone affiliates of Humanists International. There are no links in the English-speaking world, in fact, the opposite between humanists and freemasons. When it comes to the Maltese blasphemy law or not, I don't have a very good answer for you, because my list was provided by the campaigns officer of Humanists International. It's not something I personally know about in relation to Malta, although I was active in some of the other campaigns. I deliberately said blasphemy or blasphemy-like laws, because I know that some of the examples that we've given in the last 7 years of reforms have been of laws that are actually not about blasphemy, but are about maybe defamation of religion or different types of criminalisation of certain types of speech about religion. However, I think probably the most plausible answer is that it was some sort of dead letter law that was sponged out for some other reason. Most of the European laws that have been abolished in the last 7 years come into that category. So that's certainly the case with the abolition of blasphemy in Scotland last year, for example, or in England, 2006, 2008, whenever it was, in that it's effectively a dead letter law, the elimination of which we celebrate on principle, and because of the international ramifications of being able to say there are no blasphemy laws in Europe, but which I'm sure you're right, has no practical effect. I don't think they'd have put it in by mistake, so it must be a reference to something. But I can try to find out by the end of the day for you.
The only law which has been only attempted that until recently, there was a law which prohibited, which punished the disruption of religious service. And from a public order issue,
Right.
It's nothing to do with faith, with religion, and it discriminated between religious services
Right.
in the Roman Catholic Church and other religious services.
Right.
Now that discrimination has been removed, but to my mind, blasphemy means something quite different from a public order issue.
Well, I can tell you that for as far as the definition that Humanists International has used in its campaign against blasphemy, that would probably be the sort of law that would be caught by its very broad definition of that sort of law. And that's deliberate because we care about all sorts of public order offences that are around especially religious topics, but also any law that limits freedom of expression in relation to it. So it might be that. There was one over there behind. I'm not in charge.
Yeah. One of the questions is policy is what we discussed. As you know, in the United States, based our business from the chapters or business and are creating. Now, I'm just wondering whether there's something similar. You know about some existing human stories, talking about specifically corporate social responsibility, sustainable issues in business and things like that. Yeah. On the other day, if I got what you said, today we are talking about how the private sector is the private sector now, is how stable the state in providing social services to humans, private sector. So I just wondering if some of these focus out happening with more business related aspects.
Thank you for that. That's an extremely interesting question. In terms of the contracting out or the arm's length provision of public services in different parts of Europe by humanist organisations, these have usually either been along the lines of or on the template provided by existing provision by religious organisations. So, for example, if you think about humanist care homes in Berlin, which is a recent example, that was very explicitly modelled on the provision of care homes by religious groups. Okay, when your bigger question, which is a very interesting one, about the extent to which corporations could have a religion or belief personality, and as a consequence of that, perhaps claim exemptions or privileges, or suffer, but they wouldn't claim it as they knew they were going to suffer in some way by virtue of that identity. I think that I'm not aware that question has come up as a policy question of any humanist organisation, all of which tend to be established as on a not-for-profit basis rather than on any other basis. But you're right that it's it's your field, so of course you're right. But it is interesting what's happening with private organisations that seek a religious personality in order to gain particular advantages. And that is something that we've begun to see in the contracted out provision of state services. And it's important because it means that private organisations can thereby opt out of a number of anti-discriminatory provisions that particular jurisdictions might otherwise impose, like, for example, on the employment of people on grounds of sexual orientation or the employment of people on grounds of religion or belief. There have been some early tribunal cases on the employment side where some private sector organisations with a religious personality in a couple of jurisdictions that I'm aware of have had cases brought against them, but with variable outcomes. But it's obviously, and I'm sure that's why you've chosen it as your area of research, it's obviously an important emerging area of research. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Is that the end of that? Oh no.
Thank you very much for the presentation. When you refer to the historical perspective, you also said about the religious humanists, right?
Yeah.
So my question first of all is, can humanists be religious? If yes, then your organization does not specify if you are both religious and non-religious. If this is the case, then even a word would define somebody which is non-religious without mentioning religion. And my question is not only linguistic, but it's also rational, meaning that if you are a non-religious person, can you find yourself independently without reference to religion? Because otherwise you're somehow hetero-defined, let's say. Okay? And that even if you say secularists, but your organization is humanist, even if you say secularists, you can still be religious and still believe that the state should be different and separated from etc. So I'm wondering if there is something you could say about somebody define his or her belief, but without reference to religion at all.
Yeah, I think this is a development, I guess, that we are at the beginning of in terms of finding the language to describe it. But it is a development that is far advanced in terms of people's actual lives. Most people don't think about whether, in most of the societies in Western Europe, don't think about whether they're religious or not most of the time. And certainly, a very interesting recent study of the UK in terms of under 35s, they found that they didn't think about religion at all, and that they had entirely non-religious attitudes, so non-religious that they never even thought of themselves as non-religious. That it wasn't even a heteronormative category, as you say that. And I think that is what has happened in large numbers of European societies. I don't think that we have necessarily the language to describe it, looking at it from the outside. Personally, like I say, I would never refer to myself as non-religious or not religious in my ordinary life. I may well talk about myself as a humanist. I think I would if I was in a discussion about my values. But non-religious isn't an identity. I don't think about it. It's not part of my life. It doesn't refer to anything that I think about at all. And as I also said, I think large numbers of people are like me in that respect, and certainly large proportions of young people are. Humanist is the word I would use. Positive, nice standalone word. To come to your question about religious humanism, is actually, unfortunately, if it wasn't a semantic question, my answer is going to be semantic, because the reference to religious humanists, in fact, it's on the screen now, doesn't mean they're religious people who were also humanists. It was meant to mean that they were religious about their humanism, right? So their humanism was congregational. They would come together. This was Einstein's. Albert Einstein was a member of a humanist organization in New York, which was a religious humanist organization. The religion didn't refer to any of their beliefs. It was a way of, it was like saying, humanism's my religion. I think it's very dated. I think it's a very old-fashioned way of saying it. But it didn't refer to some sort of half religious, half humanist who believes in a god type arrangement. Now, there are other uses of the word humanist, largely outside the English language or the British context or the US context, where people do talk about religious humanisms. Karl Popper suggested that instead of doing that, we could maybe talk about humanitarianism. He suggested that the secular people get to keep humanism, and then if you want to be a Christian humanitarian or a Muslim humanitarian, do it that way. Ultimately, it's just words, of course. What I mean by that here, or rather what Van Hoeken means by it, and what the people who used this phrase of themselves meant by it, was not that they were half religious, half humanists, but that they were humanists who organized religiously in congregations and so on.
Thank you very much. I have two questions. One related to the part we were discussing. And we see that there is some overlapping between liberal values and humanism. And I would like to know the position of the organization.
Sorry, I missed an overlapping between the
so-called liberal society.
Oh, liberals, yeah, thanks.
Yeah. And I would like to know if there is a position as regards neoliberalism, capitalism, and the second question is, you define the religion as regards identity and belonging, and so institutional. What about experience, emotion, body? I mean, the religion understood as a form of dreams, revelation, and surreal dimension. What is the relation with humanism? And if they are excluded as well, or they could belong to humanism.
Thank you. There's a large literature actually on what you might call spiritual dimensions of the lives of humanists. Janine Fowler, who was primarily a scholar of Hinduism in the UK, for example, wrote a couple of very good papers about spirituality for materialists, which was which have been very interesting. And Matthew Engelke, the anthropologist I spoke about a moment ago, when he was studying humanists in Europe, he's back in the States now, but when he was studying humanists in Europe, spiritual beliefs and experiences, specific experiences, actually, were one of the things he studied. So I would point you in that direction. No, certainly not. Yeah. No, well, I mean, you know, implicit in a humanist view, and implicit, I suppose, in the view of anyone who has a non-religious worldview, implicit in their view is that all the phenomena that we can observe, and including the ones that we are part of and our own selves, are part of our human experience and our human condition. So it's how we go about explaining them and making sense of them, and how we might pursue them or not, which would be you know, the interesting part. That they exist is prima facie, you know, the case. So it would be the meaning that we give to those experiences and the use that we might make in terms of our own fulfillment or the fulfillment of community or however you want to play it. Yeah, now that's a really interesting difference, I expect. That's my opinion. And that would be an opinion I would associate more with people who are involved in humanist organizations. I know plenty of people who are involved in organizations who might be atheist or rationalist who would give the opposite answer. And they would say, and this is a good aspect of diversity of non-religious beliefs, and they would say, absolute nonsense, what a terrible delusion, drive this nonsense from your mind, grow up, you know. So that's a good aspect of diversity of non-religious beliefs. The links between liberalism and humanism, of course, are very clear. They're very culturally implicated with each other, especially in the West, especially in Western Europe. You know, a humanist like Bertrand Russell, you know, most humanists would say, okay, what are the essential components of a humanist view? Reliance on a naturalistic idea of the universe, human-centered moralities, meaning something we make, not something we discover. You know, those sorts of core components. Bertrand Russell always added liberalism. So he always said, you know, it is inherent to a humanist attitude to have a liberal attitude to this. Freedom of thought, freedom of expression, freedom of the individual up to the point at which their rights conflict with the rights of others. And I would guess that most people who sat down and worked out what their humanist meant in practice in politics would end up in a liberal framework. Not all of them, but of course there have been many generations of humanist socialists, especially in Europe, especially in the 20th century. Not many humanists conservatives. Oh, are we running out of time?
Similarly, I am Marco Ventura.
Nice to meet you.
I have a question on where you stand in terms of the normative position vis-a-vis what people should think. So, there's some image of especially atheistic propaganda is associated to non-insiders with the sense that you need to actively campaign for against delusional people. So you really need to engage with people and demonstrate their love and so invite them to take it. Even something which is better for their life, because life is better if you take a different step. So is this somehow still there? Is this a part of this diversity you have described? But we're really interested in this outreach. How does it penetrate your understanding of propaganda? Because I see a difference between landmarks. You see, you should be free of thinking in different ways, including you should be free about departing from religion. Something completely different is you should, if you're religious, if you're wrong, you should change your religion. That's how.
Yeah.
Well, that's
Brilliant. So I mean that is again a really important point of distinction between different non-religious belief organizations and different non-religious people, of course. And I mean these generations, this is one of the reasons why this thinking of generations is so interesting, because it goes back to what I said at the beginning. None of these generations is dead. You know, they're all still different aspects, and you can still meet people, and especially in non-European contexts, but also in European contexts, who adopt this 19th century rejectionist, you know, campaigning approach for the elimination of superstition and religion. And my observation would be that tends to be distinctive of non-religious belief organizations, and also probably of individuals, in contexts where they encounter religion or religious institutions as an oppressive force, something that interferes with their own personal life or the lives of people that they value in some way. It's far less likely to be a feature of organizations that exist within jurisdictions that are liberal, where religion or belief is seen as perhaps a protected characteristic in equality law, or where there's a pluralistic approach to these issues. And so people are more at ease with and more at peace with the idea that they think one thing, another person thinks another thing, that's okay, that's how the world works. And even a step further, I know many humans who would say, it's fantastic that there are religious people because it's the symptom of freedom of thought. And the diversity of human experience is something to be treasured and valued and embraced. What all the people I'm talking about, I think, would say is that, okay, we should accept each other's right to freedom of speech. We should accept each other's right to organize, to teach, to persuade if we wish to, and to engage with each other. But the bedrock of that, the foundation of that, has to be a general social and legal to freedom of expression, freedom of thought, and to equal treatment. So, you know, if someone were to say to that person who, one of my colleagues who, you know, just had a Catholic upbringing, for them did not do it, you know, did not work. That was the opposite. It was awful. Of course, they're going to want to, you know, critique that, engage with it. I hope that at one point they'll make peace with it and move on. And we're seeing this with a lot of ex-Muslims, especially now in European contexts. There's a good psychological model that's just been produced for supporting apostates by a program called Faith to Faith in the UK, which moves from anger to acceptance to a new life. It's quite an interesting what do you call it, ladder journey. And you would hope that people would end up there. But you can also understand, I think, people who've had coercive experiences, difficult experiences, kicking against it. And often they're right that the context in which they experienced it was not a context where there was freedom of belief for all, but actually one religion or denomination had power, and that power was used coercively, and so they objected. And so they bundle together the religion with the power and kick against it both. But you're absolutely right that it's an aspect of diversity. In Europe, it's probably regressing to a sort of more similar state, homogenous state across the continent. But you really notice it in human organizations in Pakistan or Southeast Asia who say things about religious believers that would make me blush because of their experiences.
Thank you very much for your presentation. My name is John from Portugal. I'm a professor and a Christian, but I really appreciate your talk, and I really understand, for instance, how the humanists, for instance, in Europe, in the face of the Catholic Church, and then, for instance, in England, with the wars of religion, the civil wars, in Europe, the wars of religion, there was this tendency to come up with different options. For instance, sola ratio became an alternative to sola scriptura, because sola scriptura didn't generate the consensus, the interpretative consensus. There only wars and all kinds of wars about sola scriptura. So there was, for instance, Thomas Hobbes, Descartes, René Descartes, Baruch Spinoza, John Locke, John Toland in the UK, and things like that. So I really understand this, and I understand that there was a commitment to science, for instance, with Bacon, with Isaac Newton, although science and religion. I understand that the humanists brought very important contributions concerning, the fight against superstition, the idea of science, and freedom of discussion, the pursuit of knowledge, pursuit of truth, and that's very positive. Well, what worries me is, for instance, when I see even atheists like Richard Dawkins or Steven Pinker and things like that being cancelled and deplatformed and really threatened by a different kind of humanist culture that stresses, for instance, white privilege, structural racism. The idea that even mathematics and science can be racist, oppressive. There, even in the United States, there is this idea, and so there is this strong woke culture with deplatforming, with this idea that everything you say might be seen as a microaggression because you want to discuss the truth, you want to pursue knowledge, but that can be seen as structurally racist. And so I find myself siding with Dawkins and Pinker and things like that, because as with them, I am a bit concerned with the possibility of losing this freedom of thought, freedom of expression, freedom of research, freedom of debate. Even the debate sometimes it's a bit aggressive and strong. I think it's important that we have this debates. But I'm a bit worried when I see that even some leading atheists are now being censored, are now being deplatformed, and I myself, I side with them, and I'm worried with them, with this trend. How do you, in your presence, your movement stresses reason, and for Christians, reason is not important. It's the logos, but very suspicious of the thoughts itself. So, how do you see this trend?
Well, I think it's a very good point. I mean, atheists are no strangers to censorship in our conditions of majority of Western history since the last few centuries. But you're right that the threats to freedom of thought, freedom of expression, freedom of choice, and also certain universal commitments that have been taken to read, like the existence and good use of rationality, the fact that the existence of truth, the possibilities of truth, and the need for open and critical inquiry in order to make advances both academically and socially. All of those things are under challenge from a multiple different directions, and I think there's good reason for everyone who cares about those values to rally around and defend them, and I think it's important. And I think it's very important to suggest to defend the right to freedom of expression, the right to freedom of belief, and the right to freedom of choice for those with whom one disagrees. That's extremely important. And Humanist International has very good working relationships with organisations like Christian Solidarity Worldwide that try to support Christians that are persecuted overseas places. And we do reciprocal support for each other's case. I think that's a really important thing to do. So I do think it's important. And there are huge overlaps, of course, between people with non-religious beliefs and people with religious beliefs that are not about religion at all, but are about culture, personality, or temperament, or profession, or field, or all sorts of things, which I think are just as important part of one's life as others. And I very comfortably think of myself, for example, as not just being a humanist, but being a Western liberal. I mean, that's also obviously what I am. I'm part of that sort of thing. And so being a liberal and a Western, I should say. Of course, I'm in the liberal circle. I'm in it with people who aren't Western at all. So I think that's exactly right. And there are certain commitments which we can rally around, even though the way we get there is different. Deed over creed was one of the mottos of the 19th century ethical. And I think there can be unanimity in deed and in action, even where there's diversity of creed. And I think that's defending academic freedom and other types of freedom of expression, one of those areas.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry for the moment to take the last question. We have much time, but the professor matters and we come with us Sundays, so there will be another occasion also. The last question.
Very good question. In many European countries, there is a normal dialogue between the humanist organizations and the religious organizations. Have you any explanation?
Well, there's a very good book published by Routledge and edited by Richard Norman about dialogue between the religious and the non-religious. And I wrote one of the chapters in there about some of the principles that we needed to apply in order to make that dialogue more frequent, broader, deeper, and more valuable. The areas, you're right with this, Matthew, the areas where it's more prominent are areas where the countries, the jurisdictions where there's more equal recognition of non-religious belief groups. So, for example, Scotland is a good example of where humanists have always been included routinely in national dialogue initiatives and in local dialogue initiatives. But I wouldn't say that that was necessarily the healthiest or best way for dialogue to occur, under the auspices of state bodies. The Council of Europe used to run a very good project back when I was working there quite a bit about, probably about 16 years ago. I was going to say recently, but it's about 16 years ago, which was interconvictional and interreligious dialogue. And they had really good resources about that. I don't know whatever happened to that, but one of the things that they were quite committed to was the idea that the best forms of engagement are the forms of engagement that come about through some common enterprise rather than through some, of course, Jews and Christians, Muslims can get together and join scriptural reasoning and interesting things, but that doesn't really touch the majority of the population. I think projects of joint engagement are where most fruitful dialogue occurs, and I think one of the explanations why there isn't very much is there aren't many areas of joint engagement between non-religious belief organisations and religious organisations. In the Humanist UK, not at Humanist International, but Humanist UK, we have a dialogue programme and a dialogue officer who arranges the dialogue programme. Some of the most interesting dialogue engagements have been with very local contexts in London between humanists and Muslims, really interesting. And they've taken place at times when tensions have been very high, social and racial tensions. Now, I'm not saying that's a good thing, that dialogue should only occur at such difficult moments, but it might also be part of an explanation is that when things aren't difficult, there's no reason, you don't feel like there's any motivation to engage. I'd be interested in learning more about what you think about that, but You should look up that old Council of Europe programme. That was good, and I don't know why it never made any progress. Belgium was very concerned. Belgium was quite involved in it, actually. Yes. Okay, thanks.
And the person was quite amazed about the scientific plan of the patient, but also about the number and the level of the persons that they actually talk about. And so this is twice annotation here to this occasion. We go to the second message. Our friend said that to be as short as we can because we are time. And Professor Rotonda from the University of Florence, religion. We were talking about fenomeno. So thank you, Professor Rotonda. Thank you very much.
Sì, volevo... Ma qui ci dovrebbe essere spazio. Ok, quale? Allora posso fare la presentazione? Sì. Ecco, ci accende. Thanks to the organizers, Atei, Agnostici Razionalisti, personal, Roberto Vendene and Uaar, Giorgio Cini Foundation, the person of Francesco Tiraglia, and the University of Piemonte Orientale, the person of Roberto Mazzotti. Thank you for the opportunity you have given me to reflect about this problem. I apologize because the level of my English is so poor. So I will read the text and reflect because we have short time. Of the written record, hoping don't make a lot of mistakes and hoping you understand me. In the slide, you can see the text of criminal code, old criminal code, and new criminal code. So, well, when we speak of blasphemy, we commonly refer to offensive or misdirected expression towards a deity or religion. That is what in various historically determined societies corresponds to the area of the so-called sacred. Many nations around the world have blasphemy law in their penal system despite having different demographics and legal frameworks. We find blasphemy law in very different legal systems. For example, we find them in Christian states like Greece or Iceland, in Islamic states like Iraq or Egypt, in Jewish majority states like Israel, in Buddhist-centered states like Sri Lanka, or in secular states like Cuba or Germany and Italy. As can be immediately noted, the variety of legal systems that incriminate conduct need to be detrimental to the legal of religion makes it necessary to draw a boundary of inquiry. Asking questions about the relationship between freedom of expression and punitive blasphemy law seems to me make sense only in relation to liberal democratic orders that have evolved around the distinction and dualism between the secular and religious spheres. Where this condition does not exist, where the religious element is fully or particularly integrated with the sphere of the political, in my opinion, there is little point in investigating the broader. These are often systems in which freedom of expression is not recognized or not fully recognized, and systems in which religion is an integral part of dynamics of public powers, as an identified and cohesive factor of the given system at the constitutional level. System, therefore, in which it's perfectly natural to incriminate acts harmful to religion and religious sentiment. Of course, in the system, the outcomes can be tragic, with penalties that can go as far as the death penalty, and it makes it almost impossible to create a free discussion in religious matters that is functional to bring out religious freedom together with freedom of expression. They are therefore created for those regimes to suppress dissent and nip in the bud any possibility of liberal democratic evolution. I will therefore analyze the issue from the perspective of the compatibility of these kinds of law in context where freedom of expression should be guaranteed at the highest level. In the Italian case, which will be the subject of this report, is absolutely paradigmatic in order to highlight all the critical issues that this type of indictment brings. This is particularly evident if we consider two recent cases involving a famous artist and photographer. In general, it's quite surprising to see that even in liberal democratic system, there is a great struggle to get rid of these kinds of incrimination, thus jeopardizing the resilience of the system of freedom of expression. Of course, the outcomes will not be as tragic as in systems where blasphemy leads to disproportionate punishment. But even in secularized liberal democratic system, one can be sentenced not only to the payment of fines, but also to the prison terms, as the Ikea case we analyze stands to show. And above all, the presence of that kind of incrimination makes the regime of free discussion on religious matters very uncertain, gives the possibility to public powers to put in place censorship practice, results in conformist pressures aimed at dampening any kind of critical attitude toward the religious element. In particular, it seemed to me that there is a structural difficulty in this type of incrimination. Creating criminal cases with the characteristic of extractivity and offensiveness, what one would expect from the criminal law of liberal democratic states, is very difficult when not impossible, and almost always this results in the incrimination of facts that are considered to be detrimental to the legal religion, ending up resolving themselves into mere crimes of opinion, either already at the level of legislative formulation or at the level, anyway, of judicial interpretation. But in general, another aspect is often overlooked by this type of indictment, and that is the need for protection of the religious freedom of all equally, including therefore of non-believers who are never or almost never considered by this indictment, which almost always directly become a limit to the freedom of expression of thought of non-believers to their rights to irreligious propaganda. All of this can be fully appreciated precisely by having regard to the Italian case, which proves that they're very interesting for this kind of analysis. In Italy, there have been, for almost 50 years, criminal change based on the principle of the state religion, even if the state religion was no longer provided for in the Constitution. The permanence of the provision of the Rocco Code of 1930 and the recurrence of the Constitutional Court to take note of their unconstitutional made the provision of equality in religious freedom and freedom of expression totally ineffective for a long time. In fact, the system was based on a privilege for the Catholic religion, which was protected by all indignity, including the vilification and blasphemy structure, as mere verbal offenses of the idea, and other religions protected by only 3 out of 5 indictment, and with the diminished punishment, as if the same behavior did not have the same disvalue if committed against a religion other than Catholic. In the first phase of its jurisprudence, the Italian constitutional court was very timid and uncertain before this law. The first judgment that is relevant to the analysis is 125 of 1957, which concerned Article 404 of the Criminal Code. The question arose in a criminal proceeding concerning the vilification of sacred image. The judge Atei motivated the referral by arguing that this provision was related to the principle stated in Article 1 of the Lateran Treaty, and therefore it was in conflict with the Constitution, in particular with Article 8. All denominations are equally free before the law. For the state advocacy, however, there's no conflict with Article 7 and 8, because Article 7 guaranteed the survival of Lateran pacts, even after the Constitution came into force, while Article 8 recognized legal freedom, but not the intrinsic equality between confessions. The judge specified that this system of differentiation was based on the importance that the Catholic Church had in history and still has, based on the uninterrupted belonging of almost all of Italian people to the Catholic religion. Okay, go to the flesh. Sorry. The court preferred to accept the approach indicated by the state advocacy, making it clear that the majority criterion, the adhesion of almost the totality of the Italian people to a confession, could legitimately be the basis for possible discrimination between the confession and between individuals. The subsequent decision number 79 of 1958, concerned another provision, Article 724 of the Criminal Code. The Constitutional Court referred to the previous decision in order to arrive quickly in this decision and set out the ratio decidenti. The Catholic religion, as the religion of almost all citizens, is deserving of a particular protection under criminal law because of the greater breadth and intensity of the social reaction measured aroused by the offense directed against it. It is therefore rejected the objection of unconstitutional. So, it is the majority criterion that makes the discrimination between Catholics and non-Catholics constitutionally legitimate. In the second phase of its jurisprudence, the Italian Constitutional Court seemed to change orientation, but it does not draw the logical conclusions from the premise it posits. The next judgment, number 14 of 1973, again concerning Article 724 of the Criminal Code. The court judged the judgments in this decision since of change began to happen, since it's possible to discern a change of opinion in relation to the concept of a religious sentiment, which was no longer considered protected as such, but as an expression of individual freedom. The Constitution, with the recognition of the inviolable rights of man, and among them the freedom of religion, protects the religious sentiment and justifies the criminal sanction of offense caused to it. The incrimination of blasphemy, sanctioned by Article 724 of the Criminal Code, is not therefore in contrast with the constitutional rules, but on the contrary, in place of them. After the statement, however, in a contradictory manner, confirmed its own case law, justifying the limitation of the legislative provision to offense against the Catholic religion on the basis of assessment made by the legislator of the extent of the social reaction caused by the offense against the religious sentiment of the majority of the Italian population. Finally, he put a warning in the appendix to the reasoning. However, the court believes that for a full implementation of the constitutional principle of freedom of religion, the legislature must provide for a revision of the rule, in the sense of extending the criminal protection against offense against a religion, feeling of individuals belonging to the denomination other than the Catholic one. In the third phase of his jurisprudence, the Italian Constitutional Court declares unconstitutional, finally, of the articles of the Criminal Code. In 1995, the Article 724 of the Criminal Code. The Constitutional Court first declared the expression state religion incompatible with the fundamental constitutional principle for the secular nature of states. And then he said the alternative between consider the case cancelled from the legal system because it was undefined, or consider it existing and referring to the Catholic religion. The abandonment of the quantitative criterion means that in matters of religion, since the number is no longer valid, the equal protection of the conscience of each person who recognizes himself in faith, regardless of the religious denomination to which he belongs, is now required. The court argued extensively in order to highlight the meanings of the case 78, concluding the two essential points affirmed in the most recent case law now referred to attitude, health, freedom, the irrelevance of the numerical criterion in constitutional assessment in the name of religious equality, and the fact that the rule punishing blasphemy belongs to the sphere of offense relating to religion. Consequently, the constitutional parameters indicate Article 3 and 8 were pertinent, and it was necessary to draw from the concept of declaring unconstitutional the provision to punish blasphemy, insofar as it differentiates the criminal protection of individual religious sentiment according to faith profession. In the 1997 was Article 404 of the Criminal Code that came under the jurisdiction of the Constitutional Court. And the court overruled the precedent. The reference to the so-called social conscience, if it can be valid as an argument for the appreciation of the choices of the legislator from the point of view of their reasonableness, is vice versa, provided there were the Constitution in Article 3 paragraph 1, expressly established the prohibition of differentiating each client on the basis of certain distinct elements, among which is precisely religion. Otherwise, reasoning, one would end up making the constitutional guarantee of equality ill to the changing and unpredictable attitude of society. If we consider, moreover, that the greater the strength of such reaction, the greater their diffusion in society, we can understand the contradiction inherent in subordinating to them a guarantee of equality, a guarantee which, with the respect of the some potential factor of inequality, contributes to the protection of minorities. So, the constitutional court in the third phase declared unconstitutional all and verified this thing. But the question of equal protection of religious sentiment, which is not part of any confessional affiliation of religious sentiment and of all other sentiment of conscience, is therefore still arrested. With regard to the criminal protection of religious sentiment, after the work of partial cleanup, the protocol carried out by the Constitutional Court, in the last few years, law number 85/2006 was issued, setting out amendment of the criminal code on the subject of crimes of opinion. This measure replaced the Atei Book 2, Title 4, Chapter 1 of the Penal Code, which now reads crimes against religious denomination, and rewrote the articles on this chapter with the aim of reorganizing the sector, taking into account the partial dismantling of the provisional system by the Constitutional Court. The legislative change not only arrived late, but also seems to be intervened without properly calibrating the intervention in relation to the court ruling. And firstly, we find as the title of chapter, offense against confession religious, denomination religious, but it was certainly not the protection of the eventual collective containment of the exercise of religious freedom who constitute the rationale for those judgments. The reference point for criminal protection is therefore the heritage of faith, doctrine, culture, custom, and civilization held by religious groups organized according to institutional model. But if that is the case, we are outside the scope of the by the Constitutional Court, which had spoken of the protection of individual religious sentiment, which should therefore also be extended to non-believers by means of criminal offences with the following pillars of real offensiveness towards all individual and their dignity. Furthermore, the politicization of protection on the basis of religious denomination reproduces all the problems of the determination of the case in view of the difficulties of definition, also in relation to the recognizing system provided for in our legal system. There are problems of constitutionality from the point of view of the specific nature of the case, Article 25 of the Constitution. What is to be understood by denomination? In addition to the Catholic Church, are they those that have signed agreement with the state? Those that have an organizational structure that can be recognized by the interpreter for all possible religions? Does a Muslim or an imam fall within the scope of Article 403 of the Criminal Code? For our legal system, Islam at the moment has only a mediated recognizement of the Grand Mosque of Rome. But can someone who belongs to a Muslim associated site, as the UK, l'Unione delle Comunità Islamiche Italiane, for example, be a conduit for offending the confession, even if the goy does not have this recognition, and that its imam are not therefore recognized as minister of religion. It's obvious that if we favor the respective interpretation of the provision, which should be required in criminal law in view of the principle of the favor libertatis, these are the first obvious problem of this unhindered regulatory intervention that took an incorrect protection reference at its basis. In addition, the persons offended should be in their capacity as believers or ministers of religion who are identified or identifiable, because that is precisely where the difference between Article 402 and Article 403 lay. The former punished, vilified, or referring to the idea, the latter punished the same referring to the person. The second punished the same word but referring to the person. In addition, as regard the new legislation, it does not seem the legislative intervention was very well thought out. So, at the time, apart from these aspects, which are far from negligible, the provision in question apart would be unconstitutional, also and above all because of the violation of the principle of equality, since there is no provision contemplating the incrimination of insulting views towards the person representing a religious, agnostic, philosophical strengths of thought, or for example, associations such as the Uaar, thus causing discrimination between believers and non-believers that is incompatible with Articles 3 and 29 as interpreted by the Constitutional Court since decision number 117, 1979. However, it does not seem possible for the legislator to intervene in such a way as to satisfy the needs arising from the constitutional principle invoked up to now in support of the declaration of unconstitutionality of the regulation itself. The most practicable solution, the most reasonable, the most in harmony with the principle of favor libertatis, from which derives the need for a criminal law as a last resort, also considering the practical difficulties inherent in the preparation of this case, as well as those in the application of the law, appears to be elimination of provision of its type from the criminal code. In one recent case, appears all difficulties. The case is the case of Oliviero Toscani. The recent case involving this photographer, as for the time being ended with his acquittal. It's very interesting to analyze the divergent motivation of the tribunal which had convicted him and the court of appeals which acquitted him. It seemed to me that this affair demonstrated the fragility of the legal framework underlying the criminalization of offenses relating to religion. It also makes clear the danger of leaving such wide margins of interpretation of the offenses in the hand of the criminal court, which cannot fail to reverberate negatively on the extension and fullness of the freedom of expression. The facts. Oliviero Toscani, during a radio broadcast at Tanzania, stated as in a style which everyone can freely judge on the level of appropriate attendance and good manners, that for an extraterrestrial landed in Italy, the interior of a church resembled sadomaso level, given the iconography, that the incumbent popes were the architects of a big and serious show in the beatification processes of previous popes, that in college runs by Christ, sexual molestation is the rule, that recommending not to use condoms in areas of high density was tantamount to being murderous, that the structure of the Catholic Church was the largest sexist organization ever seen. The Court of Milan, in a ruling dated July 22, 2019, convicted Oliviero Toscani of offenses under Articles 403 and 404 of the Penal Code, sentencing him to a fine of euros for having offended the Catholic religion by his statement about the vilification of two pontiffs and the crucifix. In particular, the judge emphasized that the sentences were contemptuous at the highest level and of a verbal incontinence of rare offensiveness, comparable to the propaganda language of Islamist fundamentalists, as well as gratuitous offenses. The judgment was also characterized by an encouraged Catholic attitude of the judge, who continually insisted of sensing the possible substitution in the offense of the incriminated phrase, took for granted the integration of the same without, in the least articulation, their reasoning, and superimposing its personal judgments, often totally unrelated to the judgment. And no possibility of recognizing the right for criticism was present for the trail judge. Toscani defense in filling an apple decisively denied the possibility of bringing the photographer's trial back into the integration of the case present in the criminal code, and in any case challenged the failure to the the exclusionary nature of the exercise of criticism. In particular, it was pointed out that the photographer merely expressed his belief on issues of enormous public importance, and that certainly his works could not be evaluated using as a yardstick the sensibilities of the individual, particularly the religious-oriented individual who has already a low threshold for tolerance with respect to faith. Already, judgment of the Milan Court of Appeals is notable for a great interpretative rigor aimed at determining precisely the contours of the criminal offenses and verifying whether or not Toscani's phrase entered the area of the criminally prohibited. It's to be particularly saluted precisely for bringing the case back into the term that should always the proper of the criminal judge, restrictive interpretation and power liberties. On the alleged offensive to the crucifix that Toscani allegedly integrated with the words, "You enter in a church, you see one attached, nailed to a cross that place." The card is clear. In that image, there is no vilification with insulting expression of the object of worship. There is certainly a crude reading of the mere figurative content divorced from the ultimate meaning for Christianity, but it's not possible to find a neat manifestation of content. The fact, therefore, does not exist with regard to 404 criminal code. But it's with regard to the reconstruction of the case in Article 403 that the Court of Appeals places some very important stakes, questioning the subsumption of the photographer's words in the criminal case, obliged the judge to divest himself of his own individual sensibility, connected to the outliers that take adherence to the Catholic religion, in order to place himself in position of secularity that allows him today to evaluate the vilification of his religion and tomorrow that of the vilification of the Hindu, Confucian, or Islamic religions. Just to give example, operation with the first Jews seem not have done and which, although it requires the considerable effort of temporary distancing from one beliefs, is unfailing for those who must judge. It is ultimately matter to the principle of independence of the judiciary, which can well be read not only as freedom from political, external, or even internal condition, but also as an expression of freedom from the conditioning of one on internal forum in order to confront with the balance and the climate, the response of justice to be given to the citizen, also with the evolution in our common field. In the light of this premise, the analysis conducted is tight and rigorous. The scanning words do not integrate the case, not so much because harsh political and even violent tones were not used, but because topics of clear political and social impact were dealt with the discourse on which the claim of the first judge that they are the prerogative only for philosophers and theologians in frankly not shareable. And the offense lies in the generalization of the phenomenon is certainly not constitute an offense, since it is a personal view of certain phenomena expressing in sarcastic and deliberately exaggerated tone, but not with merely despairing or gratuitous offense purpose. Therefore, it not thus appear to the sensitivity of believers can be affected by distorted and exaggerated perception of phenomena that does exist and which the intellectual honestly of Catholics themselves has been on terms. So, for finish, because we don't have the time for the last part. On the qualification of Wojtyla as a martyr on the issues of condoms in Africa, the decision closed very sharply in the sense of reaffirming the burden of the right of criticism. The undoubted violence of the criticism in the light of the Church's position of clear ethical, social, but also political matrix, which could not go unnoticed by the laity, to whom it appeared incomprehensible, was the expression of total distance or a vision of the values of life and sexually prevalent in the Pope's view, even on the risk of that linked to the non-use of condoms by population with very high index to sexual promiscuity, is a deliberately and consciously insulting expression, but one does not find in it gratuitous and disparaging criticism of the Catholic religion or the most, but a profound distant for a position that involves social issues as well as ethical one, and which therefore cannot be, especially for relying the absolute priority of the ecclesiastical hierarchies. In conclusion, in my opinion, it only remains to hope in order to solve the problems we have seen to be present regarding freedom of discussion in religious matters, that in the future the legislature will not only take note, but also legislate in the direction advocated by the Tavola and the understanding entered into with the Italian state. The Italian Republic takes note that the Tavola the conviction that faith does not require direct criminal protection, reaffirms the principle that criminal protection in religious matters must be implemented only through the protection of the exercise of the rights and freedom recognized and guaranteed by the Constitution, and not through the specific protection of religious sentiment. Article 4, Law number 449, 1984. So thanks, and so sorry for my bad pronunciation.
Thank you very much. Not too much angry with us, but there is no time for question at the moment, so we have to play now. We have the topic track in the other room, and then we start after 20 minutes maximum with one single. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ma che se non riesci a parlare del tutto,
Okay, let me humbly submit that I'm a little bit intimidated. That's because I'm a great honor and, privileged to be here with you today. That's why I really want to thank the European Consortium, its president, Professor Lina Papadopoulou. I don't know if she's there, and its committee and its distinguished members. I would also like to thank the organizer of this meeting, starting with Uaar, in the person of Roberto Crendene and Adele Orioli. I also thank Cini Foundation for hosting us in this wonderful, fantastic location. And last but of course not least, I really want to thank for his irreplaceable work, Professor Mazzola, and I would say the staff, Silvia Baldassari, Antonio Gerucci, Elena from the Cini Foundation. Having said that, my task here as moderator is to stick to the program, which, as we have heard from the previous speeches, is full of suggestions and ready to fruitful debate. In fact, the subject of this meeting, figures across various aspects of, I would say, the system of relationship between churches and state, which, as we have seen, and I think we will soon see, implies the discipline of non-religious beliefs, especially in secularized democracies. For this reason, let's not waste any more time, and let me go straight to the point, introducing the first speaker of this roundtable, who is Anne-Laure Willing. Is currently established researcher at the Research Center Spiritualità et Société at the University of Strasbourg. She holds a PhD in religious science and a habilitation in religious anthropology. She's a director of International Research Network on Information Project called Uaar, where I actually first met her years ago now. She has led several research projects. One of the latest is an edited book on non-religion in late modern society, which is a result of a conference held in Oslo a few years ago, which is due to be published, I think, by Springer in the next month, which you see as you see from the program, is closely related to the speech, her speech today concerning this title, the diversity and the recent evolution of non-religion in Europe. So, please, Arlo, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So if you browse the internet, no, all of them are up.
With this one, maybe it's better.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if you Google atheism or non-religion on the internet, you will find easily a number of views and graphs, such as the one presented here, which explain, for instance, that atheism is on the rise around the globe. Charles Taylor has described a non-believing world, and in his book, A Secular Age, he underlines three aspects of secularity. One of them is the new conditions of belief, which are that non-belief or against belief has become feasible alternative. Habermas also states that in the contemporary age, people have a wide variety of choices regarding religious belief. As a result, a widespread discourse is that non-belief or unbelief seems now to be the default option in our societies, and media reports often portray the collapse of organized religion and the steady decline of religious belief, chiefly in Western Europe, but also increasingly around the world. For a more precise picture, though, it's important to underline that there are variations across the world. Non-religion is not distributed evenly. For instance, the Fides Agency claimed in 2017 that the number of Catholics is on the increase everywhere in the world except in Europe. In Western Europe, with variations depending on the country, the number of people declaring a religious affiliation is decreasing. There's also an increase in the number of people claiming to be atheists, but again, as you can see, with important discrepancies across Europe. A Pew Research Center survey in 2012 said that religiously unaffiliated, including agnostics and atheists, make up about 18% of Europeans. But diversity again, here they have been highlighted in different colors for it to be more obvious. In Central and Eastern Europe, for instance, Christian shares of the population have mostly been stable or even increasing, and it has even been known as to have a resurgence since the fall of the Soviet regime. And in some countries where communist regimes once repressed religious worship, it is now in increase. Meanwhile, fewer Western Europeans say they are currently Christian than say they were raised Christian. In Belgium, for example, 55% of respondents currently identify as Christian, compared with 83 saying that they were raised Christian. There are also differences in the percentage of people declaring that they are a religious person. Numbers vary from over 90% for Poland to less than 30% for Belarus. I've highlighted Italy as a courtesy to our host here. The figures on this chart display the percentage of people in various European countries who said, I don't believe there's any kind of spirit, God, or life force. Here again, with the European Union as a whole at 20%, it goes from a high percentage in France, for instance, 40%, and in the Czech Republic with 37%, and very low in Greece, 4%, Cyprus, 3%, Malta, 2%, Romania, 1%. Pew Research Center has combined various criteria and defined what they call religiosity. And they range it from highly religious, and that combines saying religion is very important in one's life, attending religious services at least once a month, praying at least once a day, and believing in God with absolute certainty. That's the one side of the scale, and the other side is low religious observance with the opposite information. And using this combined measure shows that overall, Central and Eastern Europeans are more likely than Western Europeans to be highly religious. So I guess that by now you've had your fill of maps and charts, and I'll try to slow down on that. I'm coming to a different approach. You probably have noticed that while I was commenting on all these figures and maps, I spoke of belief, spoke of affiliation, spoke of religious practices, and you probably have come to the question, well, what exactly are we speaking of when saying non-religion? And that's the good question. Trying to understand religion, which I will not try to define now, that's too much of a tricky business, but to keep it simple, it's firstly a concern about belief. And sociologists of religion acknowledge that some people believe in God and some don't, and this, as you know, traces way back in the history of humankind. But then in the recent years, the number of such people started growing, and they also became more visible, and realization dawned that this comprises many different kinds of people. And firstly, there is no such thing as two blocks, believers on the one side and non-believers on the other side. And people can believe very strongly or have some vague convictions or have no convictions at all, but they will not be either on the one side or on the other side, but rather located between these two attitudes, some closer to one, some closer to the other. And distributing things like that allows to distinguish better, for instance, atheists who claim that there are no gods, skeptics who doubt the existence of God, and agnostics who say that the question cannot be answered, for instance. Atheists themselves, in what sociologists will call self-referencing or self-designation, take note of this variety of postures, and I have here two examples. The International Atheist Alliance proposes that atheists be registered in a process that's not unlike the demand for recognition of many religious groups. They suggest people declare themselves on their site, and they offer different categories that I have listed here with two different examples. But religion is a multi-dimensional reality. It's not only about belief, but as many may say, by calling it the three Bs, it's also about belonging and behavior. The variations on belief come together on a second axis, which relates more to the belong and behave part of the definition of religion. And there's also a gradation in the relationship to these religious institutions and religious practices, which most often is the churches. That is, do people accept and support these institutions, or do they fight and refuse them? Also, as a sociology of religion, which is a rather recent discipline, progressed, and as researchers took in broader approaches and started, for instance, to take interest in religion from Asia, such as Buddhism, but also to take a closer look at the way people relate to claims and dogmas of their own religious groups, it became clear that there are differences among people as to the strength of beliefs, but also as to its contents. And believing in God has to be taken under two aspects, the one of belief and the one of God. So all this allows many combinations, and the results of sociological surveys display various realities. So you'd have the classical portrait of, let's say, a Catholic, a good Catholic, who'd have strong faith, claim that God exists, and support the church. But some Catholics nowadays have lost trust in the institution. That would give us another picture. And there could be also people who are close to the institution, but claim they have a strong belief, but that it is not in God. And that has been the case, maybe you've heard that, of Klaas Hendrikse. He's a minister of the Protestant Church in the Netherlands, and he declared that he believes in a God who does not exist. And he's not the only one, because in 2007, 42% of the members of the Protestant Church of the Netherlands have described themselves as non-theists. And it does not only belong to Protestantism, because 35% of Catholics in France claim to not believe in God. There are also convicted atheists who have a strong belief that there is no God, but think that religious institutions can have their interest. So as you see, the combinations are multiple, and this can be the picture of non-religion from the starting point of what surveys concerning religion can reveal. These surveys started more or less like this when sociologists set to try to examine more clearly what people said when it came to religion. The first surveys more or less asked people about their religion and asked them to choose an answer. And those who didn't want any of the offered answers said they were none of the above. And in 2001, Barry Kosmin was commenting the American Religious Identification Survey, and he made it into the term nons. He wanted to have another word, that unaffiliated, in order not to convey the idea that affiliated was the thing to be, was the norm. The creation of a new term indicates that there's an interesting reality to study. And interest on these nons and on non-religion as a whole is growing quickly and steadily since the beginning of the millennium, namely among sociologists of religion. And, sorry, this interest on, lost something there. There we are. We now include sociology of non-religion and sociology of religion, as illustrated, by instance, by the decision that was taken in the Ural network to add a section concerning non-religion in the Ural website of information. So non-religion is taken here as the best possible term among many that exist, that is, non-belief, non-religiousness, and many others, and none of them are totally satisfying. Neither is non-religion, for all the reasons that I've just highlighted, that it's such a diverse reality, we don't really know from which end we should take it. But for lack of a better word, and at present, this is the most commonly used term, so that's the one I'm sticking to. This interest on non-religion also leads to try and have a closer look at this set of postures and attitudes, and to examine the variations in the relationship to religion or to non-religion. I have highlighted the diversity at the scale of individual, and it makes up, as you've seen, different images of what non-religion is. But now we can have a look at what it is considered when people are taken as a group. There are common features of the non-believers, and in the Oxford Handbook, Navarro, Rivera, and Kesar describe the demography of the non-believing population around the world, and they base on the ISSP survey in 2008. According to them, the typical global non-believer is young, male, educated, and most likely lives in Northern Europe, Japan, or in communist or former communist nations. Another interesting fact, and I'll come back to it later, is that very often these non-believing people come from a religious background. That's for a general type. But when considering what constitutes their non-religion, one needs to be more specific. And this is obvious, for instance, from a survey from Public Religion Research Institute on this nons, which divides them into 3 subgroups. The rejectors, who consider that religion is not important in their life and does more harm than good. The unaffiliated believers, who say that religion is important to them, but they don't declare that they belong to a religion. The numbers here are for Americans. And the apatheist. Apatheist is a combination of apathy and theism in an attitude that's the very question of whether or not deities exist, or is to say that it's not relevant or meaningful in life. Apatheists are not even interested in addressing any claims for or against God. It's almost like, I don't care about it. The part of these apatheists, or what we call often religious indifference, religiously indifferent, seems to grow. And the Wynne Gallup surveys for Europe show that the number of convinced atheists is falling and the number of undecided raises. That's underlined by Pierre Bréchon in the chapters he wrote in the 2 books whose cover is there. A more precise research than the one of PPRI was led by Silver and Coleman, and they distinguished 6 categories of non-religious people: activist or militant, agnostics and atheist intellectuals, for whom atheism is primarily based on philosophical or scientific knowledge, research agnostics who ask the question of God's existence without making a decision, the anti-theists who are sure of their atheistic convictions and are rather quick to target religions out of an assumed anti-clericalism, the non-theists who are indifferent to the religious question, and finally the atheists or ritual agnostics who, while having no religion, are interested in religious phenomena and even can take part in religious rituals for reasons of tradition or aesthetic. This last pack is worth dwelling a little upon, and among others, Johannes Quack has highlighted that some non-religious people mark that distance from any normative offer, but some want to differentiate it from religion, but still maintain certain practices, especially collective practices, which are borrowed from religion. In the United States, researchers Semino and Smith describe American secular humanists who use Tibetan prayer bowls to introduce a moment of meditation during their meetings. Other example is among the organized forms of non-religion, the phenomenon of Sunday assembly, which emerged in England in 2013, can be noted. It exists now all over Europe, and it offers non-religious Sunday meetings which retain the outward features of certain religious assemblies, as you can see in the photos there. Another topic is something that I've already mentioned earlier. Many of those belonging to the group of non-religion are people who have been raised religious or who used to have religious convictions and affiliations. They have quit their religious group, and which has led to some word puns like calling them or calling themselves not the nuns, but the dons, to express they're done with the church, they've had enough of the church, or the gons, they are now gone from the church. So, of course, the question would be, why are they leaving? Armand Mauss has studied this movement away from religion, which he calls apostasy in a purely technical and descriptive sense, as a step away from beliefs. And he distinguishes 3 ways of distancing from religion. It is an intellectual movement, a social movement with a dissolution of ties, and an emotional movement. The American sociologist Zuckerman elaborated from that, and he defines 8 main reasons that lead people to abandon their religion: disagreement with the parents, education, a tragic personal event such as personal loss or misfortune, encountering other religions, the influence of friends and relationships, politics, sexual morality, the question of Satan and hell and religious dogma in general, or a negative view of religious people. You can find some of these categories expressed there, but this survey was more focused on events than on influence of other people. So education, friends and relationship, encountering other religions lack here. But you can see that all these different possibilities come into play. This allows me to come to the question of what is called the retention rate, that is the capacity for a group to keep its members. The retention rate of religiosity depends on the dominant religions of the country, although other factors intervene also, such as the strength of family ties, which is certainly an important factor. In societies which are more individualized, the individuals, the people tend to feel that they can or even must distinguish themselves from their elders. And so this plays in retention rate. Surveys in Europe show a significant amount of intergenerational religious distancing, that is, difference between parents and children, or difference between adults and their own parents as concerns religion. Transmission is an important aspect of religious change. The results from the ISSP survey show that religious socialization in childhood, that is, having received religious education or having had religious practice or having religious belonging, has a strong influence on religiosity of today's adults. From one generation to the next, there is a loss of religiosity, but very little movement in the opposite direction. To say it more simply, if someone has received a religious education, they can move away from religion in adulthood. However, if one has never had religious education, then conversion to religion is very rare. Retention rate, that I've just explained, is the matter of how individuals relate to religion, and the changes that can happen under this aspect is one element of the dynamics of non-religion. It's an element at the level of the individuals, examined at the level of the groups. But comments can also be made at the level of society. The decade 2000 has seen the emergence of what has been called the new atheism. It's not an organized movement, rather a current. And this has developed mainly in the United Kingdom based on the writings of the British scientist Richard Dawkins. He had a Christian upbringing, and he turned away from his faith when he was a teenager and advocates atheism, developing a sharp critique of religion. He founded the Richard Dawkins Foundation for Reason and Science, and the mission is, I quote, to remove the influence of religion from science, education, and public policy, and to eliminate the stigma surrounding atheism and non-belief. He published this book, The God Delusion, in 2006, and he has supported the anti-belief bus advertising campaign with posters proclaiming, "God probably doesn't exist, now stop worrying and enjoy life." This has spread from the UK to many other countries, Canada, Italy, Spain, Brazil, and so on. And this assertive atheism is very obvious in the United States, where groups of people calling themselves bright emerge. The term bright plays on the double meaning of enlightened and brilliant. The bright advocate a worldview that is opposed to any supernatural. So they say no God, no ghosts, no fairies, no Easter bunny, no whatever. They claim pride in being atheist, and they want to enlighten believers. This new atheism that I've just described is not only the movement of a population that wants to live without religious beliefs or affiliation, it's also the perception of religion as a source of conflict, tension, and intolerance. They have statements such as, if there were no religion, there would not be all these wars. But you see the assertive dimension, and that's another illustration, is the story. In the years 2000, a false information circulated in Australia saying that if over 8,000 people declared their faith to be a Jedi, then the state would have to legally recognize this as a religion. So in the population census of 2001, more than 70,000 people answered the question about their religion, claiming to be a Jedi Knight. And this continued in the 5 yearly census following one in 2006, 2011, putting in 2011 the number of Jedi in Australia just behind the number of Sikh and above the number of Seventh-day Adventists. And it spread to New Zealand, Canada, England, and Wales, and even the Czech Republic, who has large Jedi contingents. And this led the Atheist Foundation of Australia to run a poster campaign that you can see there to encourage Australians to tick the non-religion box if they consider that they have no religion. They regard these self-declared Jedi as, in fact, non-religious people who answered Jedi, and then instead of saying they are not religious, they are making Australia seem more religious than it is. And there is a will to assert non-religion, which sociologist Grace Davey illustrates by saying it's an increasingly articulate secular lobby. And she points out that the new atheism is fundamentally reactive, which explains why it occurs together with a certain return of religion to the public sphere. Each encourages the other, as responses to the bus campaign show. In the United States, researchers Scheitler, Corcoran, and Halligan reached a similar conclusion based on the study of social surveys. They show that the demographic growth of nones has influenced religion in terms of a greater congruence between belief, religious identity, and religious behavior. Similarly, Dawkins' movement is a reaction to what he sees as offensive obscurantism, enotypical mimetic effect. Atheist or free-thinking groups feel they have to react to the dynamics of activist religious groups, while the latter feel threatened or attacked by the rise of secularism. So in contemporary Europe, religion and non-religion are in a reciprocal relationship of influence, mutually conditioning each other. Let's see. Thank you.
Thank you, Eleanor, for the brilliant and comprehensive presentation, which I think has already stimulated a debate from the audience. So let's listen to our second speaker, who is Professor Deborah Spini, who received her PhD in History and Political Thought at the Scuola Superiore dell'Università di Pisa. She has been a member of the Digital Studies Department of the New York University Conference, where she teaches social foundations, I think. Correct. She's also a member of the Syracuse University Florence as well. She has published spoken articles in English, Italian on democracy and globalization, human rights, European identity, and the secularization, which is part, as you see, from the program of her speech today concerning this title, Secularization and Their Posts, Crisis of the Secularization Theory and the Emergence of a Post-Secular Paradigm. So, Professor Spini, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. And evidently, I would like to begin by an apology. I'm terribly sorry. Yeah. Normally, I mean, my manners are a little bit better than these, but life is what it is. So please accept my most heartfelt apologies. And also, it is indeed a pleasure to be here in this wonderful, wonderful setting. And evidently, I don't deserve to be here, first of all, for my very small scholarly merit, but I also had to make a coming out, you know. I had to confess that, first of all, I'm not an atheist, and second, I believe I'm one of the most irrational and unreasonable people that ever walked the earth. So I hope that you're not going to throw me into the laguna, you know, first of all, for my bad manners, and second, also for my manifest, you know, how can I say, uncompliance with some of the requirements. At any rate, what I would like to talk about today, first of all, is the level of volume okay for the interpreters? Yeah, there is no echo. All right. About secularization and post-secularization, and perhaps I'd like to begin by a stupid joke, but I'm always using the same one. After a certain age, it's hard to find a joke. And I would always say that, you know, every secularization has the post that it deserves. And I would say that somehow these, you know, few thoughts that I'm going to share with you tonight, indeed, you know, revolve pretty much around this notion. First of all, I imagine that, talking about the emergence of a post-secular paradigm in this kind of context may be, how can I say, a little controversial. Because indeed, very often when we hear the term post-secular, what I'm sure, what many of us, and I must say sometimes myself included, what we immediately think about is a kind of reconquista. That is that, very often we are becoming socialized to a kind of, how can I say, scholarly lingo whereby secularization is in crisis and religion is coming back. So the first thing that I would like to do, I would like, first of all, to deconstruct a little bit this narrative that there has been secularization has advanced, and now secularization withdraws. Because I would say this view of secularization that coincides with the, waning away of religion, with the withdrawal of religion, is only one way to look at secularization. It has, as you can imagine, as you can see, clearly a very important depth towards Weber. Sometimes I would say a very simplified reading of Weber. But this is by no means the only one possible version of secularization. I would like, however, to briefly quote that there are other accounts of the secularization process. And in particular, I must say that I find particularly fertile and helpful to look at the accounts of secularization as provided, for example, by the Canadian philosopher Charles Taylor, as well as by also another sociologist and philosopher that is not quoted as often as Taylor, which I say, much the pity, that is Marcel Gauchet. And, it is also interesting to see that in Taylor there is so much Gauchet, but Taylor doesn't quote Gauchet so much, actually. But I mean, enough of this kind of, disputations. In a nutshell, what is the important nucleum of this view of secularization as articulated in different terms by both Taylor and Gauchet? I would say what is very important about both this perspective is the fact that the process of secularization is strongly connected with its theological roots. Gauchet, as I think many of you have heard already, has famously defines Christianity as the religion of the sortie de la religion. It's the religion that makes it possible. It's the religion that makes it possible to exit religion. And Charles Taylor equally has traced the very mechanism, the spinning mechanism of secularization into specifically Jewish Christian theological categories. Also, it is very important to remember that Taylor gives an account of secularization not so much as the fading away of religious belief, as much as a transformation of the conditions of belief. And in extreme synthesis, Taylor accounts for secularization as that process that has established once and forever what he calls the immanence frame. That is, what does the immanence frame mean? It means that especially as far as the explanation of natural phenomena, physical phenomena, evidently religion is no longer the source of inspiration. That is, in order to know what time is it tomorrow, we use meteorology. We do not choose any longer, look into religious and so forth, to religion and so forth, a number of other aspects. On the other hand, religion is transformed by secularization. It's not simply, how can I say, killed by secularization. Because in fact, once the immanence frame is affirmed, religion becomes a reflexive, autonomous choice. And I would say this is particularly important because it helps us to see that religious belief is not the alternative to modernity, but can be considered as part and parcel of the modern condition. And this is true, I would say, in good and bad, because on the one hand, we can say, and here, for example, I remember also the first speech of this afternoon, not only it means that religious belief has to come to terms with non-religion, cannot simply exclude it, cannot simply say that's wrong, but somehow religious belief has to take non-religion as normal and somehow consider itself as the exception. So on the one hand, this account of the transformation of religion seems to strengthen the possibility of a truly liberal, pluralist society. It is also true that the transformation of religion in modernity may also mean something else. That is also a way to explain why religion is appearing today in such a virulent way, you know, and also why fundamentalism is not a remnant of the past, is not a relic of tradition. That is, fundamentalists are not traditional, they are profoundly modern because they share with modernity the, how can I say, the aspiration to a refoundation of the political and social order. So as you can see, you know, these transformations of religion in modernity may, how can I say, bring good news and bad news. Now, about post-secularization. Evidently, here I'm looking at the phenomenon of post-secularization from the point of view of what is my disciplinary interest, that is, that of a person that is trying to pay her bills by teaching political theory, which is somehow, you know, what is in this somehow strange name, social foundation. Evidently, why has it become important to speak about post-secularization? One, on the other hand, because we have seen that religion, instead of disappearing from the scene of world politics, in the last quarter of the century at least, has come back, and has come back forcefully. And here we can see, you know, a variety of phenomena, not all of them, how can I say, particularly pleasant. I would like to quote one that, in my opinion, is particularly meaningful. Consider, for example, of the developments of the Indian context. Because if you consider now the Indian fight for independence that happened in the name of nation, Nehru, now with the, how can I say, idea of a secular India that didn't mean the expulsion of religious belief, but at any rate, the construction of strong national identity. Very well, you know, now the notion of Indian national identity has been basically hijacked by a phenomenon that I think is correct to define as Indo-fascism, such as that is the politics of sacralization. But I could quote out of that context, I could quote even the context of Israel, but I mean, I'm sure that here there are people, you know, that have much more competence than I to describe this kind of phenomenon. So here somehow, you know, political theory has been forced to cope with facts. But somehow those facts have also forced political theory, and in particular, I would say liberal political theory, to rethink some of its categories. And why? Also under the point of view of inclusivity. That is, somehow we can see that even, how can I say, the most aggressive European view of secularism that normally we always identify in good and bad, you know, and sometimes even very roughly, with the French laïcité, stem from the need to include citizens that were either belonging to the religious minorities or citizens that were non-believers, but they still found themselves in the condition of being a minority. So the extreme neutrality of the state was a way to secure, to protect those citizens from the interference of one majoritarian confession. Evidently, today, we find ourselves, especially in our, let's limit the analysis to our Western public spheres, we find ourselves in a very different context. And evidently, this is, you know, an affirmation that I'm making. I mean, it's a statement that I'm making. And evidently, I'm also taking responsibility for that. I am profoundly convinced by those like Habermas, Mendieta, many political theories, surely you're familiar with, that would argue that today this stark separation between not so much church and state as much as what is considered religious and what is considered political is not working any longer as a way of inclusion, but very often it works as a way of exclusion. Exclusion of whom? Well, and here is the problem. Probably, you know, of all those citizens whose background, even their religious background, does not necessarily fit into the framework of the Jewish Christian theological roots, because not all religious expressions share the same articulation that we find, especially in Christian theology, between the sphere of immanence and the sphere of transcendence. For many other traditions, it is hard to define what is immanent and what is transcendent. For example, you know, I was forced by circumstances to, sorry for the biography detail, but you know, I was forced by circumstances to spend quite some time in China, and there, you know, I could see very vividly, in a way that you don't get from books, that it is very hard, for example, to separate some kind of Confucian practice or Taoist practices between what is religious and what is political. And how is it possible, therefore, to articulate the respective places? So once again, I would say, where does this leave us? As I said before, every secularization has the post-secularization it deserves. Evidently, if we stick to this sociological account of secularization as merely the fading away of religion, a kind of zero-sum mechanism whereby the more that rationalism and enlightenment advance, the more religion has to withdraw. Evidently, when we are now confronted with the vitality of religious beliefs worldwide, the only way that we have to explain this phenomenon is indeed in terms of a reconquista. So evidently, we have to agree with the diagnosis, secularization has failed, and now there is the La Revanche de Dieu, as very famously, the great scholar of international relations, Gilles Kepel, wrote already more than 20 years ago. But actually, if instead we adopt this other view of secularization, that, as I'm saying, it isn't as though Taylor and Gaucher view of secularization solves every problem, because on the contrary, it also reminds us of possible, how can I say, dangerous inclination of religious practices and belief within public sphere. But at any rate, I would say we have a sharper instrument to think about the possibility of constructing democratic public spheres that can be genuinely pluralistic. This is a very different notion of post-secularism than those views of post-secular society that simply, how can I say, imply a failure, that imply the failure of the project of secularization, that also imply the failure of the project of the liberal state. Here, for example, I know that there are many philosophers of right in this room, so perhaps I'm doing something very unwise because I might, stick my hands into a beehive. But here, evidently, my mind runs to the famous, how can I say, debate around Birkenförder's position that the liberal state lacks foundations. I would say, again, that a richer conception of secularization that does not discard but takes seriously the theological roots should not be feared, because it doesn't open the door, let's say, it doesn't usher, it doesn't channel simply a redistribution of the public space, but on the contrary, I would say would teach us a very important lesson of what I would call epistemological modesty. What does it mean, this kind of epistemological modesty? It means that it teaches, especially us, in Western context, to be a little bit epistemologically humble, which helps us from falling into the trap of constructing essentialization, whereby the West is rational and secular, and the non-West instead is irrational and religious. Because evidently, nobody has to gain. From a zero-sum conception of secularization, the only possibility is to think of the future of democratic public spaces in terms of winners and losers. Whilst instead, the point that I would like to make is that in the quest for pluralism, everyone has to win. Everybody loses a bit, but also everybody wins a bit. And I would say, what does it mean concretely? Evidently, it also means that in our Western public sphere, it is necessary to set in motion a series of mechanisms that do not pertain solely to the sphere of the legal production. I remember that in the first part of this afternoon, it has been rightly so recalled how important it is to maintain a framework that firmly defends individual rights, the rights of the individual conscience, included the right of non-believing, included also the right to apostasy, all the rest. At the same time, within the framework, the strong legal framework, I would say there are a number of other, how can I say, practices that can be enacted, and there are also a number of other creative practices that could be thought so as to promote, indeed, mutual knowledge, and especially to promote dialogues. And here, I'm not referring simply to the, how can I say, somehow, adulterated view of interreligious dialogues, but I mean profound dialogue, public spheres in which citizens could engage in meaningful conversation about the respective foundations, both in religious and non-religious terms. And now I can see that my time is over, but I think that more or less the main point was made. And once again, my apology for missing the first part.
One of the main issues unload we have the problem of the point. That's also give us another opportunity to move from a sociological perspective through a political theory perspective to a legal one. I'm referring to the speech of Professor Victor Javier Vázquez Alonso. He's the professor at the University of Sevilla. He has worked in the field of fundamental rights, devoting special mention to the study of the rights to religious freedom, secularism, and the freedom of expression from democracy. He has published many articles and books, like one related to laicidad in Constitution, which can be roughly translated into, secularism and Constitution. The speech today is based on a truly, I think, it's when conceived in this program, it's really intriguing question. Why religion is different? So, Professor, please, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much. First of all, I want to thank the organizers for the invitation and the opportunity they offered me to participate in an international meeting of this character. I especially want to make public my gratitude to my colleague Silvia Baldassare for her attention and trust. And of course, it's difficult talking after these two brilliant interventions of my colleagues, but I will try to do my best. The title of my dissertation is Why Religious is Essential. As a professor of constitutional law, I will try to respond to questions from a very modest legal perspective. In practically all constitutional experience, religious freedom enjoys specific legal status. Thus, the right to ideological freedom is initiated from freedom of belief, developing a special law for the laity. To understand, in Spain, for example, when we see a Holy Week procession, we consider it an exercise of religious freedom and not of the right to demonstrate. When we see a Mass, we do not consider that the right of assembly is being exercised, but religious freedom. And when a church acts according to its own internal rules, we do not consider that it exercises its right of association, but religious freedom. For many scholars, this singularity is terribly wrong, and have postulated that religious freedom is a necessary right. For them, religious freedom in any of its dimensions would already be protected by other fundamental rights, such as ideological freedom or the right of association or assembly. The specific consideration of religious freedom at the constitutional level would have been, for these authors, one of the main causes of the confessional privilege that has marked many constitutional experiences even after secularization. The starting point in this question cannot be other, in my opinion, than to ask ourselves if, from a constitutional point of view, or if you prefer, logical point of view, it makes sense that religious freedom enjoys a different legal regime with respect to ideological freedom, and this, as ideology and belief, would not be, in fact, but two manifestations of the same intellectual freedom. In this sense, an important doctrinal sector has made an effort to point out the profound similarity between religious and ideological freedoms, which would not constitute more than concrete expression of a common yearn that would be freedom of conscience or freedom of thought. In this regard, a common normative treatment of ideological and religious freedom as two branches of individual conscience constitutes, for much of this scholar, not only a guarantee that the religious option of the citizen is not given prestige by the state against the agnostic or atheist option, but above all, a corrective element of the asymmetry in the legal position of religious confession in the constitutional state. My opinion, my thesis, is that an absolute equality of the constitutional meaning of religious and ideological freedom is not possible for two reasons that I will explain in advance. The first one is that religious freedom has its own manifestation, especially in its community dimension, that are not comparable to those of the ideological freedom. And secondly, that if we take in consideration the so-called institutional or objective dimension, both freedoms have a different constitutional meaning. In other words, in my opinion, in a constitutional state, the strict limits of the public powers with respect to religion does not exist with respect to the ideology. Starting with the first, I think we can affirm without fear that ideas and belief has a different place in the life of man. Starting from the distinction of one Spanish philosopher, Ortega y Gasset, the ultimate difference between idea and belief can be summed up in the next maxim: you have ideas, but you are in beliefs. It means that beliefs defines our identity and our self-understanding of reality. In them we move, live, and are. The beliefs are the intellectual place from which we consider the understanding of the world and our presence in it. In this sense, if ideas are something contingent, beliefs are a necessity of systems that force us to represent ourselves and judge the place in which we live. However, it's clear that belief as a final and non-contingent response to essential questions about our being do not have to be religious in nature. whoever one person answers negatively to questions about the existence of God, transcendence, or life after death, in fact, he is determining what he believes, the place where he stands to understand his own existence and the world in which he lives. As Ortega y Gasset again said, the atheist believes that he does not believe. Buñuel, the Spanish filmmaker, said, a very famous atheist, said, "I am atheist, but by the grace of God." Now, in my opinion, whoever responds negatively to the religious question also finds himself in a radically different place than whoever responds positively. The difference here is not longer between ideas and beliefs, but between the sacred and the profane. Two spheres that, as Murthy Aleade said, represent two ways of being in the world, two existential situations assumed by men through the history. The rational fascination towards the ineffable, or the respect, veneration, and fear towards the majestic power of the sacred would be, in this sense, exclusive experience of the religious way. Even so, as we will insist in advance, what is going to be particularly relevant in the legal understanding of the religious freedom is that for the person who responds in a religious sense to questions about his existence, his personal beliefs are not only going to determine the way in which he relates the world, but will determine his integration in a certain religious community, within which, through certain rites, he will exercise his personal worship of what he considered sacred. As Emily Durkheim pointed out, we do not find religion without the church in history. Community membership is a common defining element of the forms of religious life. All religion has as its substratum of a group within which individuals will represent their common belief in the sacred through their own rituals. Therefore, I think that from a descriptive point of view, ideas are different from beliefs, and in turn, religious beliefs are different from non-religious ones. The question, in this sense, lies in determining if this factual differentiation imposes the bifurcation of the legal regime of religious freedom and ideological freedom. In this regard, and based on the fact that both rights are derivatives of personal autonomy, I understand that what refers to the facet of pure freedom, or achedelithede, it can be affirmed that the content of both fundamental rights present a substantial analogy, and that its regulation would be, in this way, easy to redirect to a common regime of freedom of thought. The same can be said in relation to the limits of one and the other freedom, that would be in the exercise of both the fundamental rights of third parties and the public order established by law, with the religious nature of the act in particular being able to mean a greater laxity or benevolence in their interpretation of one action limits. In my opinion, the difference between the right to ideological freedom and the right to religious freedom arise when we consider the community dimension of religious freedom, or better said, the importance of the community element for the satisfaction of certain manifestations of the right to religious freedom. In this area, the assimilation in the legal status of religious and ideological communities will be a legal option that would not take in consideration, in my opinion, the relationship between the believing citizen and his confession, when neither the specific limit imposed by the state by the principle of secularism in its relationship with this type of religious association and not with other kind of association. As we have said, certain manifestation of freedom of belief by someone who has responded positively to the religious question, embracing the faith of certain confession, are not found in someone who has given an atheist or agnostic response to the religious question. There is not a religious ritual of atheists or agnosticism. In my opinion, this would be a contradiction in terms. The beliefs of the non-religious atheists or agnostics are not protected in rights or projected in rights or acts of worship. They don't demand an environment of communion around the common faith, nor places to practice the rites of the confession, neither ministers of worship. From this point of view, confessions are the specific effect and cause of the exercise of religion's freedom. And from my point of view, the neutrality of the state is not compromised by the fact that the legal system grants them a differentiated legal treatment that, in turn, considering this singularity, be cooperative in the sense of favoring the exercise of religious freedom. The latter should be underlined. Favorable to freedom, because the specific consideration from the legal point of view of religious community must not be translated as a favor religion, or favor religionis. This only can be an exponent of a favor libertatis in the specific religious sphere, perfectly in accordance with the constitutional principles of neutrality. The line of differentiation, of course, is not always clear. Facilitating the exercise of religion freedom does not have to mean promoting religion, nor imply a positive judgment of religious factor or of a particular religious denomination that compromises the state neutrality. Okay. 3 minutes? Okay. I need to cut a lot. One moment. Yeah. I think it's necessary to draw attention to the circumstance that although the state neutrality is presented as an objective consequence of ideological or religious freedom, from the constitutional point of view, the meaning of religious neutrality and that of ideological neutrality cannot be considered equivalent. It is clear that the intellectual self-determination of the person requires that there be a disentanglement from the political community in which he lives with respect to any religious or ideological orthodoxy. Even so, we cannot ignore that the ideological neutrality of the state is affirmed in fact, within an axiological framework of values, principles, and rights that informs the actions of public powers. In this sense, the dogma of ideological or political neutrality of the Constitution is also not suitable in absolute terms. The religious neutrality and the ideological neutrality of the state have, in this regard, very different level of intensity, which ultimately respond to the simple circumstance that the Constitution assumes certain political values, but not religious dogmas. The religious neutrality, so far as it prohibits as a principle any state judgment about what is especially religious and any institutional confusion between the state and the confession, also prevents an objective for institutional understanding of the right to religious freedom as an instrument of channel participation in the political life of the state. Ideological freedom, unlike religious freedom, constitutes within the constitutional state the right from which society moves to the political sphere. The manifestation and associative concretion of this freedom through rights such as freedom of expression, political association, are in this sense unequivocal exponents of the participation of citizens in the public sphere that the point of being to the point to be essential institution for the self-organization of the society that the Constitution regulates. And to conclude, in conclusion, in my opinion, the religion must be different in constitutional terms. First, because the positive response to the religious phenomenon implies a series of acts of worship protected by religious freedom, which we will not find in those who respond negatively to religious questions. Secondly, religion is different because religious neutrality in the constitutional state must be strict. On the contrary, ideology is part of the very logic of power, and in the same way, although the state can finance and promote cultural dimensions such as art and sport, it cannot do so in the same way with religion, because that is a judgment that is forbidden to it. And thank you so much. I'm sorry for the delay. Thank you. Hello. This is very complicated, and also I think what said about that, 17 about the function of the European Union, where we provide equal and organization.
you have to do this in the context of the European Union and constitutional democracy. But I don't want to monopolize the attention. And I know there are too many questions. There are one problem. We don't have much time, but if you agree, we can discuss debate until 10 p.m.
Certo, of course. Only.
So if you agree, I think 50 minutes, 20 minutes. Okay. Okay. So
Have nowhere to go.
First questions here.
Question to Deborah. Deborah, when you were saying that you follow Atlas in agreeing that too sharp a separation religion and state is exclusive, and the problems will arise. But then previously, you also drew attention correctly to the way in which the much more pluralist secularism of India has nonetheless still tipped over into problems of internationalism. I'm just wondering whether that's a laboratory refutation of your Hamas-related work, because obviously you couldn't call, I think, Indian secularism the same type of secularism as prevailed in the West, and yet it definitely has led to very bad consequences, far worse than France or in other places with more Western sectors. And then the second question is that I was struggling to hear practical implications of the distinction between religious or non-religious religions. In your scheme, are we just religions, but to be treated as religions, or to be treated as ideological relations? Many of the points that you say in distinct religious approaches rather than ideological approaches are actually also shared by organizations and like coming together, like the intrinsic importance of that to the expressions of one's beliefs. The international standards in relation to this. So what would the practical implications for us here at the topic of this day be in your distinction? Would you just sort of smuggle us in the religion side, or we've got to give up a lot of our rights, like recognition for marriage, recognition for our places, recognition for all the other things?
We can collect some,
Sure.
The other one. Here, Lina, and then okay, Lina after.
Thank you very much. Actually, I'm continuing this question to Mr. Alonso. Obviously, religion is different, and if I think of football club, for example, they also have a lot of rituals. So they may, some of them, they believe the football team. The over the believe to their goal, for example, very dedicated. They have to go every Sunday and see and have the flags with the shower, the slogans and everything. So it does seem so actually not practical, because I'm a lawyer and ask the normative consequences. Of course, everything is different from everything else. Why should there be normative consequences out of this difference when it comes to constitutional protection, to constitutional rights? Thank you.
Over there. After that, okay.
Martino Granta, the University of Eastern Finland. My question goes to Ms. Quinn. In your slide, 3 subgroups within the religiously unaffiliated. You mentioned three groups: apatheists, rejectionists, unattached believers, and unclassified. How do you see the forms of alternative spirituality, evolution, or non-religion, or religious transformation? I mean that different religious and cultural phenomena and currents are increasingly interrelated. It can, for example, practice yoga, meditation, mindfulness, and practice in records and seek help in energy management. More important than doctrinal questions, for example, is whether a religious or spiritual practice provides resources and tools for everyday life. Thus, in many areas of life, the transformed sphere of religion has been influenced by new forms of actions, some of which may often not even be considered religious. Do you see that forms of alternative spiritually put into the class of unclassified?
But please try to be brief and post questions.
I have two questions, one for Anya and one for Deborah. So regarding what Anya was talking about the identity of atheists. You know, identity theorists are saying that identity is a kind of social marker, and usually it is used to say who you are not, rather than saying who are you. I wonder how you thought when you were analyzing this data from all over the world, what these people are actually were against, than rather what they were for by identifying as atheists. And then it seems to me that there's a kind of a lot of everything behind what you say, what is atheist, who are these atheists. One thing I think is this resistance towards institutionalized religion, but on the other hand, you also showed us that atheists have institutionalized themselves. I wonder how you come over institutionalized agnostics. If yes or if no, what would be your explanation? Why agnostics? I haven't seen in your presentation, but if they are not institutionalized, why they are not institutionalized, and why atheists are prone to institutionalize? And then I have a question to Deborah. As sociologist, I had difficulties in understanding the way you define secularization, in a sense that I would rather follow the Carol scheme of three levels of analysis of secularization. And one core thing, what all sociologists say about secularization here is that it has this loss of authority. Secularization theorists have one core idea, loss of authority. And usually it is about the relationship between religion and state, you know, this loss of authority. But when you were speaking about this post-secularization, I understood that you were referring rather to the individual level. But maybe you can elaborate on that, because I believe there are very different stories behind that. And for me, for instance, coming from post-communist country, you know, seeing this publicity of religion, the connectedness between state and religion in the public sphere, it raises a lot of questions, the different social groups. So I mean, there are probably differences between Western and EU members. So could you please reflect about that? Thank you.
Okay. The last one, I think.
you. Poland. I have two questions. First for Ander and Francesco. Based on your research, you explained the answer to such a question. How important is practicing unbelieving for unbelievers? And so what are typical unbelieving rituals, if there are any of such? And the question for Deborah, what is the idealistic situation for the unbelievers in the pluralistic state? Because it seems for me that we have some tensions between, let's say, the good, the right model for the unbelievers in democratic pluralistic countries. So what is this idealistic?
Okay, then, so the floor is yours, but briefly, just I think the question for Deborah and Anlo. Okay.
So which order? The same as when we did that?
Yeah.
Alphabet. Then it's not me.
Okay. Deborah.
Oh no, sorry, I didn't want to be the first. Sorry, please go ahead.
Okay, I'll go ahead. So, I may not have understood all the questions properly. Do correct me if I haven't. So,
Okay.
I think it's this mic.
Oh, I see.
I need to take this one. Yeah. So the slide presenting the three groups of unaffiliated was one of the first slides presenting one research, and then there was a following one which gave a more specific insight, not in three groups, but in 6 groups. And so these are not my approaches. These are a state of the art of what has been said. My overall presentation was to try and show all the different aspects under which we can see, capture, understand the diversity of non-religion, and the general scope was how far non-religion is not the proper term to describe this. But so it was, really just one moment of the presentation. These groups of the 3 groups of unaffiliated. On the question of mixed identities, well, of course, I mean, this is an evidence of our contemporary world, European world, Western world. And so we have all these trends that sociologists describe, the cafeteria of religion, religious bricolage, religious butinage, all these terms exist, and they are true. And why wouldn't they be true for the matter of non-belief, less than for the matter of belief? It exists. And, so it's the same diversity exists and can be found, and so it's true also, of course. As to the question of what non-believer or atheist would be against more as what they are for, then this is rather easy because it has been quite studied, and then they reject the institution as such because they are against all institutions. For some of them, of course. They are against the political power of religious institutions, and which they view as opposed to individual freedom. There is the matter of sexual ethics and all the stances that religious groups, traditional religious groups, usually take on this matter, and which seem to be more increasingly apart from what modernity or proposes. And then there's a question of abuse. Of course, all the matters of sexual abuse, but also financial abuse and all this, and it's a kind of an ethical stance there. So that would be what they are against. Not all of them being against all of this, but that's the way it can be quickly described. About institutional agnostics, I'm not sure whether the difference between institutionalized groups and not the existence of an institutionalized group is a matter of distinguishing between agnostics and atheists and other non-beliefs, but rather a matter of depending on the countries. There are places in which organization has ancient roots and has always existed. There are places in which it's more recent. And also probably, but that would be the legal field, not mine, probably depending on the legal structure of the country. There are places where it's meaningful and necessary to get organized as a group, and places where it maybe makes less sense. And finally, the question of practicing unbelievers and rituals. Here we come back to the matter of mixed identities and the borrowings that people make. Well, they borrow from different religions and mix it together, but as we have seen in the example of Sunday assemblies, for instance, or these ritual Tibetan balls, also it happens that non-religious groups borrow from religious rituals. This is not limited to non-believer groups. I mean, we sociologists have at length described the moments when religious rituals and religious ways of being have been used or mimicked in other activities. So it's not but I do not know of any group of non-believer whose credo would be, we are practicing non-believers. I haven't heard of that. It may exist, I don't know.
Okay. Yes, I will try to answer the three interventions.
Can you switch on your mic?
We are talking about the secular state. And this answer we must understand in a state where there are principles of neutrality and separation between the state and church. Obviously, there are levels of separation, depends on the state, but we can be agreed that there is a minimum level in all democratic experience of separation between the state and church, or neutrality towards religion. In this secular state, you ask me about the normative difference. In this secular state, the public power, can help the unions, the political parties with money, also the philosophical association. The state can promote opera, music, museums. I think that in a secular state, religious is different because the state don't have a capacity to judge religion, can't finance religion, can't help religion, in my opinion, as a cultural factor. For me, that's the case. The difference between secular state and not secular state is that religious is different for the state. No? So the public money can't go to the religious organization and can go to ideological organization. But in fact, a democracy needs the institutional dimension of ideology to be alive. We need political parties, we need unions, but we don't need confessions. That's the difference, and that's because I think that religious is different. We don't need religion in a secular state, in a democracy, but we need ideology. The ideology is the soul of the state. Always, the political process is about ideology. And I think also that the state can't help religion, but can help religious freedom. Religious freedom. And I think that religious freedom is special. The person who said yes to the religious question, embrace a confession, is in a very different position that the person that does not. And to resume, the limits, why is different? You tell me also. For example, the state can say to a political party that the 60% of the candidates should be women, for example, or the state can obligate to an internal democracy to political parties, to unions. But I think that if we understand the religious freedom, the state has nothing to say to the Catholic Church about the discrimination of women. For me, this is the main difference. The autonomy of confession is absolutely different than the autonomy of political association, unions, or another kind of association. That's my opinion. So I think religious is different, but not because the state has to finance, promote religion. No, on the contrary, because can't do that. Okay, thank you.
I will take, first of all, the second part of the first question. Then I'm going to link the first part of the first question to the last one, and then I'm taking question number 2. And here I hear a lot of zzz. Can I? Okay. Yeah. Allora, you're right. It is true. Indian secularism, that has been like a model of an alternative form of secularism, as you know, principle, distance, etc., etc. Surely is not faring very well. But there, I would say, you need to take into consideration the specificity of the Indian case, and I would say that you do not understand the Indian case unless you take into consideration the issue of caste. Because the problem is that although the Congress Party claimed to be secular, still the Congress Party was profoundly influenced by Brahmin. And so, you see, it's because it never really broke this issue of caste. Evidently, at this problem, there is a major issue that, is on the table of Indian political debate, is whether within Hinduism, within the Hinduist family, and as better than I do, that even the term Hinduism is extremely, unsatisfactory. Whether within the Hinduist tradition there are or there are not sufficient resources for some kind of internal critique so as to once and forever solve the issue of caste. For example, Gandhi would say somehow, yes, there is another very important point of reference, Ambedkar, Bhimrao Ambedkar, that says no. But evidently, this is a debate on the table. At any rate, I would say the reason why secularism in that way has failed is also because the Congress Party never really went to the very bone of the issue of caste. And this is the second part of the first question. The first part of the first question somehow also connects with question number 3, and indirectly I will also say something to Sabine. Allora, Habermas, why is it necessary? Cioè, why is it necessary? You say the state doesn't need religion. But I think we should go beyond the grammar of what is needed or what is not needed, because if you enter into the grammar of what is needed, you automatically target some people as superfluous. Allora, why is it important to think somehow of forms of democratic pluralism that do not ask religious citizens to forget who they are? Exactly because the promise of liberalism is personal autonomy. This is why we still believe in liberalism in spite of all its shortcomings, because we dream of it as conducive to moral autonomy and as such as political autonomy. Then at this point, it's important to see what kind of view of subjectivity do you have. And here I must say again, I agree with Taylor in saying the moral horizon are important sources of the self, which doesn't mean that individuals are predetermined, are, printed, like in a mint by their background. But surely the background, you were saying that yourself, no? You are coming from a non-religious tradition. This has been a part of your moral horizon. This has been an important part of your source of the self. So I would say a state that gives visibility to these sources of self is a state that permits to its citizens to work better as democratic citizens and helps them to define their unique view towards autonomy. Evidently, this is also part of the answer to question number 3. What is ideally a pluralist state? Well, if I knew, I would write a letter to Habermas and I would become famous, which I'm not. But even in the extreme, from the bottom of my ignorance, I would say a pluralist state evidently is a state that defends individual rights. This said, it's a state that favors participation in civil society, and the crucial knot is indeed civil society. Also because, before you were saying, we need political parties, we need unions, but if we look, a little bit at the reality of our democracies, we see that political participation is not going through political parties anymore, which is something that personally I regret. I wear black for that. But I mean, I can cry until tomorrow morning, but this is not changing the fact. The political participation is happening through those channels that another great sociologist, Ulrich Beck, defined as sub-political, something at a level lower than politics. And it is indeed at the level of civil society that religious identity can become a way to citizenship. And so, for example, I would say, well, in some cases, why not? States can also support religious culture insofar as it is not parochial in the worst sense of the term, but insofar as it helps people to give value to the moral horizon that allow them to become autonomous individuals. So to answer the third question, I would say the crux is civil society and how does a liberal state interact with civil society organization, which is something that at any rate is happening already. The second question is super important, and I'm sorry, I am going to answer it with my vocabulary that is not so much a sociologist vocabulary as much as a vocabulary that comes from political theory. Somehow I would say that this, resurgence of religion in post-communist countries that appears also such, fearsome aspects, I would say proves how important it is to investigate the theological depth the modern democracy has towards Christian theology, because what we are witnessing now is, what we are witnessing now is a revamping of political theology that we cannot counteract because we don't know the nature of the beast.
Thank you so much. That's a great debate. That's why we are going to continue doing Okay, thank you. Grazie.
Grazie a voi, thank you. My apologies again, veramente. Arrivati a arrivati in fondo, vivi o morti. Grazie mille.
Thank you. Very good.